Liberia, Cabo Verde, uh,
Sudan.
Sudan, Libya, Uganda. Oh, the Ugandans, man. Nigerians, you're getting outshone. Nigeriano de carry last.
I love
Congo,
Togo.
both
Togo.
Congos.
Wow. And Togo as well. Cote
Cote
d'Ivoire.
d'Ivoire.
We see you. We see you. But Larry, this
Benin, South Sudan,
Kenya.
Al- South Africa,
South Africa.
Madagascar. We said Madagascar, Mali. Listen, we have more than 50 countries. We could be here all morning if we start counting all of them.
And we'll do more over the day. But there's something else I want to highlight. Is the dresses, the outfits we are wearing.
You look amazing, Julie. Where's your outfit from?
Mine is South African.
Thank you. It's fantastic.
What about yours?
My outfit is from Ghana.
Okay, fantastic.
Chalet, the Ghanaians have clocked that. I love it.
Ghana, I want to recognize Israel. Would you please stand up for a moment? And Israel would be, oh, look at that.
Without a doubt, the Ghanaians, with the kente, with the fugu, you guys are killing it. Well done. Congratulations.
Everyone dressed in African gear, please stand up. Made in Africa or traditional African, stand up and let's give them a round of applause.
Oh, wow.
Give them a round of applause. Give them a round of applause. Wonderful.
Oh, that's amazing.
And this is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area in practice. It's also what we are wearing and how we carry our own goods and services.
Absolutely. And here's the QR code I was telling you about. Please scan that. And that's how you can engage with the conversations here on the stage. We want to hear your thoughts about these topics. And later on, we'll have a chance also to get the microphone around to the room so we can have a real intergenerational dialogue about meta-Africanism.
We're going to watch a video in a moment that sets the context on why we are here. Before you do that, as you respond to the QR code, keep telling us, what is the mindset reset that Africa needs and why? But just before we watch the video, Larry and ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, allow me to share the words of a great African leader, Thomas Sankara. He said this at the United Nations in 1984. He said, we must create conditions for a dignity in keeping with our ambitions as Africans. He said, we must seek forms of organization better adapted to our civilizations as Africans. And he said, we must open our minds to a universe of collective responsibility so that we may be bold enough to invent our future. He was assassinated a few years after that, ladies and gentlemen. And I put it to you that we have a responsibility to birth the Africa that our fathers who fought for our independence, our mothers who fought for our independence, gave to us.
Incredible. What a beautiful sentiment from Thomas Sankara, who a lot of the generation, the Gen Z and younger on social media yearn for that they gave us something that we have to move forward. And I see the agency and the urgency that these young Africans are demanding from our leaders and from ourselves. And that's why over the next 2 days, we will begin to kind of pick at that and reimagine what this continent can be.
Absolutely. And to start us off, let's watch a video that sets a bit more context. Thank you so much.
Long before anyone drew a map of us, we knew exactly where we stood. We held courts and codes and kings. We read the sky before we were told what the stars were called. We told our own story in our own voice. Then the line broke. For 400 years, the story was told about us, but not by us. When the telling was over, we were handed a map we had not drawn and a cloak we had not set. So we fought and we won. Giants stood on this continent and took power back. We stand on their shoulders still, but the flag came back before the mind did. We called ourselves new, modern, developing, and somewhere in the naming, we forgot who we had been. But we kept the map, we kept the cloak, we measured our own freedom against someone else's progress and called the gap a failure. Africa has never lacked solutions. What we've lacked is the discipline to finish them and the standard of our own to measure them by. So we asked ourselves, what if the reset Africa needs isn't a new plan, but a new mind? That question birthed the Africa Mindset Reset Forum. And the African School of Governance is opening the room where it begins. Who's in the conversation, you ask? Africa's young people, 80% of the participants, together with heads of state, scholars, entrepreneurs, and civil society. The mindset that built the Africa of yesterday will not build the Africa of tomorrow, and it requires you to join the conversation. The room is set. Let the reset begin.
Okay, the room is set. I also want to mention that apart from those here in the room, we have a few watch parties happening in different parts of the continent. So we want to welcome those who are watching us from Harare in Zimbabwe, from Nairobi in Kenya, from Abuja in Nigeria, and from Rabat in Morocco. So over the next 2 days, they will be joining us, contributing to the conversation. They're also on that QR code, so we would like to hear what the thoughts are. And again, this is going to be not just from the speakers here on the stage, but we want to hear from you as well. I have also met a lot of content creators from across the continent. Can we see some of the content creators in the room who are here? I met from Tanzania, from Liberia, Ghana, Kenya. Can they please stand if you're in the room, content creators? Thank you. They've got cameras. Ah, look at them. Thank you for joining us and sharing this message to people who are not here in the room so that it goes as far as possible. But right now, to get us started, please put your hands together and welcome our host, Mr. Francis Gatari, President of the African School of Governance.
Your Excellency, President Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda and co-founder of the African School of Governance, Your Excellency, Jen Nana Opoku Ajemang, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn Bosch, former Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and co-founder and chairman of the African School of Governance. Your Excellency Fatoumata Jallow Dambajang, former Vice President, Republic of the Gambia. Your Excellency Ibrahim Mayaki, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger, and I should say former CEO of NEPAD. Your Excellency Monica Gengos, third First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, and founder, chairperson, Leadership Lab Yetu. Dr. Idi Ould Tah, President, Africa Development Bank. Your Excellency Wamkeli Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. Your Excellency Ambassador Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Ms. Dewitt Adirom, President and CEO, the MasterCard Foundation. Ms. Carol Wainaina, Board Member, the MasterCard Foundation. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, leaders of international organizations present, distinguished partners, the young and emerging leaders of Africa, the MasterCard Foundation scholars and alumni, members of the media, digital content creators, and social media influencers. Should I say, clock it? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the inaugural Africa Mindset Reset Forum. Welcome to Kigali. Welcome to the hometown of the African School of Governance. On behalf of the African School of Governance, we thank you for honoring our invitation, and we thank all of you who also agreed to serve on the Forum Advisory Group, which has helped shape the agenda of this forum. Thank you, the various youth organizations and networks across the continent who mobilized your members and gave us access to engage with them. It has been a result of many people's work that the response to our call for this conversation has been amazing. It has exceeded every target we had set for ourselves. Over 2,500 participants are here at the Kigali Convention Center. I should say, not everyone is here in the room. Some are in the adjacent rooms. We call them the overflows, following online, but present. We have over 6,000 registered participants who are watching online on Zoom and YouTube channels, and thousands more that are on the open YouTube channels that we may not know. We appreciate especially our youth-led partner organizations who are hosting watch parties at their hubs across the continent. I want to recognize the Pan-African Youth Union in Rabat, Morocco, the Youth Hub Africa in Abuja, Nigeria, the Emerging Leaders Foundation in Nairobi, Kenya, and the Say of SADC in Harare, Zimbabwe. We salute you all, and we are together in conversation. This interest demonstrates a shared urgency, especially among the young people, for needed mindset reset to accelerate Africa's transformation. But at the outset, allow me to speak to the origins of the African School of Governance, because that's where it all starts. The two co-founders of the African School of Governance will speak for themselves later, but let me say this. They had a conviction that Africa neither lacks ambition nor the resources or talent, but rather the right leadership mindset required to build institutions and cultivate habits for execution and results focus. The African School of Governance was therefore conceived as a Pan-African school for leadership, public policy, and management, with the singular objective to create a new generation of ethical African leaders with a transformative mindset, confident and committed to the pursuit of excellence, and committed also to the purpose of public service. The mission given to all of us associated with the school is to ground participants in their African context, to design homegrown solutions that are relevant to Africa's unique challenges. It is in that context that the African School of Governance research, in collaboration with other scholars across the continent, has pointed us to the critical role that leadership plays in changing the fate of their societies. But it also points to the character, the mindset of a leader as the single differentiator between good and bad leaders. The mindset that shapes character is a choice. It's a choice made through our habits and the lifestyles we choose, the routines we take, the attitudes and behaviors we adopt. Because it's a choice, it also means we can reset them. It means we can reset these mindsets when we commit to do it. For example, the dependency mindset, which is highly prevalent, is acquired when one gets helped often and begins to expect that everyone else owes them something, until when it's too late and the help stops. The alternative would be to choose agency, which appreciates help but with guardrails, knowing that empowering help is what adds to one's personal responsibility. Take another example, the victim mentality that is also prevalent, that has crippled many. Yes, so much injustice has been done to Africa, leaving some to resign to fate and unable to push back even to the slightest and the most obvious. Yet one could choose to have a fair fight for what is right and what is theirs. A reset from victim to a fighter-victor mindset is the necessary condition for survival. But the worst is the scarcity mindset. The attitude that a neighbor's gain is a loss to me. The mentality that the pie is limited, that what one gets is taken away from me, prevents many from collaborating, from working together, even where there are opportunities to grow the cake. We could choose the abundance mentality, which motivates and encourages collaboration, opening doors to build together and to grow collectively as one. There are many such mindsets calling for a reset on our continent. That's where Meta-Africanism comes in. The spirit of Pan-Africanism was critical for the needed African solidarity that liberated Africa from colonialism and apartheid. The idea that none is independent, if even one is not independent, was a very powerful statement. Over the last 6 decades, however, some of this has lost steam. Africa has changed, and the world has changed even more. It has become ruthless, highly competitive. It's true to say that none in Africa is strong enough, nor competitive enough to face the world today alone. This is going to be a different liberation struggle, requiring a new collective mindset, a dispensation that calls to build things together, to connect, to collaborate, and only to compete when we must. This is what we call Meta-Africanism. They are inspiring stories, initiatives that have already demonstrated this desired mindset shift, and we'll be hearing about them over the next 2 days. Meta-Africanism is therefore the necessary evolution of Pan-Africanism, addressing Africa's contemporary development in today's new ways. Pan-Africanism gave us solidarity, liberation, and dignity. Meta-Africanism asks the next question: what mindsets, what values, what institutions, and what behaviors are required for Africans to collectively create the future that we need? It moves us from the call for resistance to the call to build things with a construction mentality. It calls for a pivot from African consciousness to African agency, and from articulating aspirations to the disciplined implementation of our plans and strategies. Meta-Africanism demands a mindset that sees what is collectively ours as if it was individually mine, because getting it done will translate into personal benefits for many. The African School of Governance is building a research paradigm and a pedagogical teaching approach aligned with Meta-Africanism. Our research will not stop at explaining Africa's challenges. It will ask what mindsets will produce results, what governance and institutions, what culture will enable transformation, and how leadership beliefs shape outcomes. We will co-produce knowledge through partnership with other professional training institutions across the continent, in partnership with African governments and communities across this continent. We will measure our success by the increase of homegrown policy designs, improved follow-through in execution, and institutional capabilities to provide dignified work to Africa's youth and drive citizen well-being. So let's face it, we are all leaders here. And Africa's destiny will be shaped by the choices we make individually. But it will also be shaped by the mindset reset that we embrace to truly deliver the Africa we want. These 2 days should be more than a forum. Let's commit that Africa is embarking on a mindset reset journey and that it is unstoppable. As I conclude, please join me in thanking our partners and sponsors who have made this forum possible. We are especially grateful to the MasterCard Foundation, our anchor partner. Our anchor partner, whose commitment to expanding opportunities for young Africans to access dignified and fulfilling work, and to advancing ethical and transformative leadership has made this forum possible. We also want to acknowledge the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the African Development Bank, and the Better Than Cash Alliance for their important role in helping curate the African integration conversations that run through this forum. We want to thank Rwanda's Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Rwanda's Ministry of Youth and the Arts, and the Rwanda Governance Board for working with us as thought partners in this process. We want to appreciate the support of Rwanda, the Development Bank of Rwanda, BRD, Care Rwanda, for their sponsorship and collaboration. That reflects the true spirit of practical partnership. The best for the last. The African School of Governance community. I want to recognize our new cohort of class of 2026. The young and emerging leaders, senior leaders who are starting various programs with us at the African School of Governance this week on the margins of this forum. 238 new participants in total, representing 22 countries. Representing 22 African countries. In the interest of time, I will ask all of you to stand together in recognition. These participants represent the Masters in Public Administration class of 2026, a few representatives of the Executive Masters in Leadership and Governance and Executive Education participants in the Young and Emerging Leaders Program, as well as the Senior and Emerging Leaders Program. You may be seated. I want to thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Francis Gattari, please. Oh, I like it. I like it. Very nice. This is fascinating. I was here at the beginning of January last year to host the launch of the Africa School of Governance. So it's amazing to see that the students are here. It's happening. It's a real thing. Another big round of applause to them, please. And this is a surprise inspection. When I had a conversation at the time and over the last year with President Kagame and former Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn, they promised me that they would be teaching some classes. So I wonder if they have you seen them in class? Have you? They're new, but President Kagame and former Prime Minister Desalegn, I will be checking in periodically to make sure that you're making your classes. No pressure. Listen, they have a lot to teach about leadership, right, from their respective perches. So it's only valuable that these students from 22 African countries can learn at their feet. Each one teach one, right? If you agree, just clap. Well done. Let's now, please put your hands together and welcome one of our main partners, Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, President of the African Development Bank.
His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda and co-founder of the African School of Governance, His Excellency Prof. Nana Opoku Agyeman, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and co-founder of the African School of Governance, His Excellency Dr. Brahim Mayaki, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger, His Excellency Fatoumata Diallo, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Madame Monica Gengos, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Glafe Gatete, United Nations Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of UNECA, Mr. Wamkele Mene, Secretary General African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, Honorable Ministers and Senior Officials of the Government of Rwanda, Your Excellencies, Head of and members of the Diplomatic Corps, young African leaders gathered here today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking President Paul Kagame, the government and people of Rwanda for generously hosting this initiative and supporting it. Let me also thank His Excellency, former Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn, and the African School of Governance under the President Gattari. Thank you. Rwanda reminds us that transformation begins with a decision. The decision to refuse the limits of history and circumstances, to think beyond present constraint, and to begin building a future others may not yet envision. That is why Kigali is the right place for this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to join you for this important conversation on resetting minds in Africa, because there are moments in the life of a continent when the most consequential question is not simply what policies we should adopt, what projects we should finance, or what institution we should create, but how we understand ourselves, how we measure what is possible, and whether we see ourselves principally as a recipient of decisions made elsewhere or as authors of the future we wish to build. The subject of mindset change is sometimes treated as an appeal for greater optimism or an invitation to repeat reassuring slogans about Africa's potential. I believe it is much more serious than that. Africa does not suffer from a shortage of optimistic declarations, and our people do not need to be persuaded that they are talented, resourceful, or ambitious. They demonstrate this every day, often under very difficult conditions. What is required is a change in the assumptions that govern our public institutions, our financial systems, our economy's choices, our partnership, and above all, our collective expectations of ourselves. For too long, Africa has been described through the language of deficiency. A continent lacking capital, lacking skills, lacking infrastructure, lacking technology, and waiting for others to close the gaps. The gaps are real, and it would be irresponsible to minimize them. But this framing has too often concealed the assets already in our hands, fragmented our ambitions into small national compartments, and encouraged us to negotiate from the limits imposed on us rather than from the possibilities we can create together. A reset begins when we stop asking only what Africa lacks and begin organizing at scale what Africa already possesses. We possess a young and increasingly connected population, large pools of domestic savings, abundant natural resources, rapidly growing cities, expanding regional markets and institutions with substantial knowledge and convening power. Yet, these assets do not automatically become productive capacity. A mineral in the ground is not an industrial strategy. A young population is not automatically a demographic dividend. Savings that leave the continent do not finance African development. A market divided by borders and incompatible systems does not acquire scale merely because we call it continental. Mindset change must therefore be expressed through organization, discipline, and execution. This is precisely where the African Development Bank must demonstrate leadership, not by giving lessons to the continent, but by changing how we ourselves operate, and by helping African countries and institutions act with greater confidence, coordination, and agency. If we speak of resetting minds while continuing to finance isolated projects, reproduce external perceptions of risk, tolerate fragmented markets, and wait for solutions designed elsewhere, our words will have little meaning. The bank must embody the change it advocates. The bank's agenda is organized around 4 cardinal points, which together express what this change of mindset must produce: economic transformation and industrialization, energy, infrastructure and connectivity, human capital, innovation and productive employment, and financial sovereignty. These are not 4 administrative compartments. They are closely connected dimensions of the same ambition, because industry cannot grow without energy and infrastructure. Infrastructure cannot become transformative without skills, technology, and productive enterprises, and none of these advances can be sustained without institutions and financial system capable of supporting African priorities. Economic transformation and industrialization begin by changing how we understand Africa's place in production. For too long, the continent has supplied raw materials, exported them with limited processing, and then imported finished goods at much greater cost. In doing so, we have often exported the jobs, knowledge, technology, brands, and productive capabilities that should have been built around our resources. A different mindset means that possessing natural wealth can no longer be confused with achieving economic transformation. Industrialization today must also be understood more broadly than the construction of factories. Manufacturing remains indispensable, but factories do not operate in a vacuum. Competitive production depends on design, engineering, software, technical standards, logistics, finance, maintenance, marketing, distribution, and research. The objective must therefore be to build industrial ecosystem that continuously expand productive capabilities, connect agriculture, industry, and services, and allow African enterprises to capture more value at every stage. This has direct consequences for how the bank works. Our responsibility today is to support ecosystem as much as value chain rather than isolated facilities, regional markets rather than small, disconnected production system, and enterprises capable of becoming African champions rather than remaining permanently confined to narrow domestic markets. We must help countries identify where they can build competitive capabilities, support the infrastructures and skills that make those capabilities viable, and use African continental free trade area to turn fragmentation into scale. Mindset change also requires us to move beyond the belief that Africa must reproduce the industrial trajectory followed elsewhere. Technology is changing how goods are produced, how services are delivered, and how value is created. Africa must industrialize in the economy that is emerging, not in the economy of yesterday. This means that using digital technologies, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, and new production methods to overcome constraints, while ensuring that technology deepens African capabilities rather than creating another layer of dependency. It is difficult to speak seriously about changing Africa while millions of people and enterprises remain constrained by unreliable electricity, high transport costs, weak digital links, and infrastructure systems that often stop at national borders. Ambition needs a physical foundation. A business cannot become competitive on confidence alone, and a continental market cannot function if goods, payment, information, and people cannot move efficiently. The required change is to stop treating infrastructure as a collection of standalone national projects and begin understanding it as a system that creates scale. An electricity project becomes more valuable when it connects to a regional power pool. A road or railways becomes more transformative when it links production zones to cities, port, and neighboring market. Digital infrastructure becomes more powerful when platforms are interoperable and regulatory systems allow innovation to cross borders. The central question is not simply how much infrastructure we build, but whether it connects African economies to one another and expand their productive possibilities. Therefore, the African Development Bank will prioritize infrastructure that unlock productive activity, strengthen regional integration, and growth in investment. We will support power generation and transmission, transport and logistic corridors, water system, digital connectivity, and the institutional arrangement needed to operate them across border. We will also strengthen project preparation and implementation, because a project delayed for years does not become transformative merely because it was approved. The mindset shift must extend from announcing infrastructure to delivering it. All I have said requires another cardinal point: human capital, innovation, and productive employment. Africa's young population is frequently described as its greatest asset. But demography does not produce a dividend on its own. A large working age population without adequate education, health skills, technology, and productive opportunities can become a source of frustration rather than prosperity. The mindset shift required is to stop treating young Africans principally as beneficiaries of programs and recognize them as present-day producers, innovators, entrepreneurs, and citizens whose capabilities will determine the continent's economic future. This means aligning education and training more closely with changing economies while avoiding the narrow assumption that the skills policy is simply about preparing people for existing vacancies. Productive employment is a decisive test. Economic growth that does not expand opportunities, raise productivity, and improve livelihoods will not sustain public confidence. We must support formal employment, but we must also recognize the reality of African labor markets, in which entrepreneurship, small and medium enterprises, and informal activity remain central. The objective cannot simply be to formalize people administratively. It must be to increase their productivity, give them access to finance, technology, market, protection, and pathway for growth. The African Development Bank will invest in skills, entrepreneurship, technology, and institutions that connect knowledge to production. We will support women and young people not through marginal windows added to conventional programs, but by ensuring that the mainstream of our financing expands their opportunities. We will work with countries and the private sector to build the conditions in which the talent can remain, circulate, and prosper on the continent. The true measure of a changed mindset will be whether a young African can imagine building a continental enterprise without first imagining leaving Africa. And it is true that most will be concerned about where the money for all these changes will come from. This is the reason we have a cardinal point devoted to financial sovereignty and institutional transformation. The three cardinal points define the transformation we seek. The fourth concerns our ability to finance, organize, and sustain it. Africa cannot achieve economic transformation, build integrated infrastructure, or create productive employment while relying on financial architecture that fragment its markets, exports its savings, magnifies perception of risk, and leaves African institutions operating below their collective strength. Financial sovereignty does not mean isolation from global markets or a retreat from international partnership. It means having greater capacity to mobilize domestic resources, make strategic choices, absorb shocks, and engage external partners from a position of clarity. It means African savings should play a larger role in financing African development. Local and regional capital markets must deepen, and the continent must reduce its exposure to avoidable currency and refinancing vulnerabilities. This is where the new African Financial Architecture for Development, NAFAD, belongs. It is a financial architecture intended to help Africa make the scaling possible. The just adopted Abidjan Consensus, which serves as an NAFAD pillar, provides the framework for mobilizing African and international actors around that architecture, coordinating institutions, and translating shared principles into practical action. NAFAD rests on a simple conviction. Africa must use its own financial institution more strategically and ensure that their balance sheets, instruments, and specialized capabilities complement one another. Development banks, monetary institutions, insurers, guarantee agency, pension funds, sovereign investors, and national authorities should not operate as disconnected islands. Coordination must mean more than meeting and declaration. It must determine who carries which risk, which institution provides which instrument, how projects move from preparation to financing, and how scarce public resources mobilize larger volumes of private capital. Reducing the cost of capital is central to this agenda. Risk in Africa is too often treated as a permanent condition rather than something that can be measured more accurately, allocated more intelligently, and reduced through policy and institutional action. The result is financing conditions that do not always correspond to underlying performance or long-term opportunity. Africa pays not only through high interest rates, but through poor plants not built, enterprises unable to expand, technologies adopted too slowly, and jobs that never come into existence. We must therefore improve African data, strengthen project preparation, deepen dialogue with investor and rating agencies, and scrutinize the assumption embedded in global financial and regulatory system. Africa should not approach this debate as a collection of countries asking for exceptions. Our objective is to ensure that global rules recognize evidence and do not produce unintended penalties for already capital-constrained economies. A changed mindset means moving from passive rule-taking to informed and coordinated rule-shaping. Institutional transformation must begin with the bank itself, the African Development Bank. This is what we are trying to do, trying to become faster, more responsive, and more willing to work across institutional boundaries. We are working also to improve our disbursement and implementation operation, use our balance sheet with greater purpose, and prepare the institution for the scale of capital required by Africa's ambitions. We cannot call for a new African mindset while measuring our own performance mainly by approvals, procedures, and announcements. The measure must be what changes on the ground and how quickly that changes reaches peoples and enterprises. Taken together, the four cardinal points describe a movement from dependency to agency. Economic transformation means retaining and creating more value in Africa. Energy, infrastructure, and connectivity mean constructing the system that permits scale. Human capital, innovation, and productive employment mean turning demographic possibility into capability and opportunity. Financial sovereignty and institutional transformation mean acquiring the means to finance this ambition, organize our institution, and influence the rules that affect us. Mindset change must also affect the way we understand partnership. Partnership cannot mean that Africa arrives with a list of needs, while others arrive with the priorities, instruments, and conditions. A mature partnership begins with African strategies, African institutions, and African choices, and then invites international partners to contribute where their capital, technology, or expertise can create mutual value. This is not a confrontation. It is a normal conduct of actors who know what they want and respect their partners enough to speak with clarity. Nor should agency be confused with the idea that governments and institutions alone will transform the continent. Africa's entrepreneurs, workers, young people, women, researchers, artists, engineers, and communities are already reshaping the continent in ways that formal institutions do not always see quickly enough. Our responsibility is to remove barriers, expand opportunities, and ensure that financial system recognize the productive energy that exists beyond traditional channels. A bank that speaks of mindset change must itself be willing to identify new actors, new sector, and new form of value. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's future will not be secured by positive thinking alone. Confidence without capacity can quickly become disappointment, just as capacity without confidence can remain unused. We need both. We need the confidence to reject limiting assumptions and the capacity to replace them with institutions, market, and instruments that work. This is why the four cardinal points matter and why NAFAD under the fourth cardinal point is essential to financing their implementation. Together, they convert the language of agency into a program of action. The African Development Bank is ready to do its part. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ta, and I really appreciated your thoughts about the scale of capital required
to finance Africa's ambition. It is now time for our keynote from somebody I also hope will be teaching some classes at the Africa School of Governance when his schedule allows. Please put your hands together and give up a warm welcome to His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa.
And thanks a lot, Program Director. I'm a bad teacher. But Your Excellency President Paul Kagame, Prime Minister Hailemariam Desalegn, the other distinguished participants, I want to associate myself with the protocol that has just been announced by the President of the African Development Bank, as well as the speeches just made. It points, I think, some very good directions as to what needs to be done, what needs to change. But let me also thank the African School for Governance for the initiative it's taken to convene us in this forum. I was very honored, President Kagame, when I arrived yesterday, to be received at the airport by the principal of the school. I thought that was a much higher accolade than being received by the President of the Republic. Now, because of the importance of the school and the work that it is doing. But I must also thank you, President Kagame and Prime Minister Hailemariam, for the initiative you took to have this school, which has attracted all of these young people on whom the future of our continent rests. So I want, therefore, to make a particular acknowledgement and thanks a lot for the young people who are with us today, who are in the extension rooms, who are elsewhere on the continent listening to what's happening here. Indeed, that engagement by our young people in what is being discussed here, I think is a very important contribution to what our continent will look like tomorrow. But thanks a lot to young people for coming. After making some critical remarks about Pan-Africanism, the document distributed as an intellectual knowledge product to help inform this forum says, and I quote, the foregoing criticisms of Pan-Africanism are a strong basis for advocating for meta-Africanism. But this evolution seeks to complement rather than replace Pan-Africanism by providing the cognitive and developmental architecture necessary for Africa to realize the vision embodied in Agenda 2063. Document says this requires a shift from rhetorical Pan-Africanism to practical Pan-Africanism to confront the deeply entrenched challenges that the continent continues to face. Therefore, I think from that, our forum, it seems to be, must focus on action for change rather than philosophical reflection. And I think the forum must identify the principal challenges facing Africa, and the president of the African Development Bank has undertaken, indeed, some of this work already. The challenges of poverty, of underdevelopment, of the absence of peace and stability, of, in many instances, very weak base for democratization, of challenges of social and national cohesion in our individual countries, and the issue, very important issue of Africa's place in the world. I think the forum would agree that these are some of the principal challenges that we face. And of course, some of those challenges are identified in Agenda 2063. I'm sure all of us are familiar with what that document says. As well as I must say, Agenda 2030, the Millennium Development Goals, because the African continent played a very important role in terms of the composition of that Agenda 2030. The forum document that I've mentioned mentions such important matters as governance, self-belief, accountability, transformative developmental practice, building capable institutions, productive and globally competitive economies, ethical leadership systems, developmental mindsets, innovation, and a prosperous Africa. Again, I'm so quite that the forum would agree that the forum document identifying these particular challenges that we face on the continent would agree that indeed these are problems that we have to discuss in order to answer the question, what is to be done? I think another important matter which this forum should keep in mind, and I think it's very important, is that the continent actually has a very comprehensive policy framework. There's a very comprehensive policy framework in terms of many issues. That framework adopted either both through the OAU and the AU. For instance, these are policy positions to which our continent is, all our countries on our continent are committed. And therefore when we say what is to be done, part of what needs to be done derives from the commitments we've made to one another as a continent. In documents like this, like the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, like the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the protocol relating to the establishment of Peace and Security Council of the African Union, the African Convention on the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, the protocol on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and on the rights of women in Africa, the protocol on the Court of Justice of the African Union, the Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, the African Youth Charter, the Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, Charter on African Cultural Renaissance, Charter on Values and Principles of Public Administration, Public Service and Administration. As you can see, colleagues, and I'm saying these are agreed policy positions by our continent. And therefore, our countries are committed to do something about all of these matters. The Youth Charter, the children, women, and so on. Even the manner in which we practice democracy. There's a very elaborate charter on this matter, which in many instances is observed in a negative manner. And I would imagine that there are no differences among us, as members of this forum, on these policy positions that I've tried to indicate. The real issue, therefore, is about the people who must act to ensure that our continent achieves these identified objectives. Hence, the request that we must focus on the matter of a mindset reset. And to put the matter differently, this is about the quality of leadership. We need a leadership with the mindset of a principled and dedicated agent for fundamental change to enable our continent to achieve its renaissance. And so I think we then can't avoid this question: what are the distinguishing features of the leader we're looking for? And what would be his or her mindset? The leader we're looking for. This leader in the process of change. I think we're looking for genuine Pan-Africanists or Meta-Africanists, defenders of African independence and unity, combatants against neocolonialism, active participants in African developmental programs such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, and active drivers for Africa's rightful place in global affairs. I think that's one group of distinguished features about the leaders we're looking for. We're also looking for leaders who have the necessary legitimacy. And that legitimacy would derive in the first instance from the fact of having been genuinely elected, affirming one's respect for the people as a repository of sovereign power. It is in reality impossible to rely on leaders who lack this legitimacy to act as agents for the genuine transformation of our continent in favor of the ordinary masses of the people. In any case, the fundamental transformation of our continent cannot be achieved as an elite project, but has to engage masses of the people as conscious agents of change. The third element in terms of the leader that we want, he must show commitment to ethical leadership, and therefore a mindset which is hostile to the abuse of power for self-enrichment and all other resort to corrupt practice. This also means a mindset of accountability to the people and therefore the practice of servant leadership. We are also looking for a unifier. All our countries are characterized by different levels and forms of diversity. Accordingly, the principle and practice of unity in diversity is very important and means that the leader we want should under no circumstance become a factionalist of one kind or another. For instance, on the basis of ethnicity, of regionalism, sexism, religious fanaticism, and so on. I think the leader we're also looking for is one who has understanding and acceptance of the principle that the state exists to serve the people. It therefore follows that our leader who genuinely accepts this would do her or his best to build the institutions which enable the state effectively to serve the interests of the people. This also underlines the need to abandon any mindset in favor of personal power, which encourages some of us to use all means, both fair and foul, to perpetuate themselves in power forever. Of course, I've already said that Pan-Africanism, that genuine Pan-Africanism or Meta-Africanist thing, takes a particular posture in terms of ensuring Africa's rightful place in global affairs. As Africans, including as African leaders, We share a common task to work for the unity and the renaissance of our continent. To achieve this historic goal, we have to work as one team. As this team, we owe an obligation to one another to ensure that each member of the team is fit effectively to discharge his or her responsibilities as a contribution to the success of the team as a whole. In this context, we'll recognize as opposite the truism that our team will be as strong as its weakest link. And the logical conclusion of all of this is that as co-architects of the Pan-Africanist or Meta-Africanist project, we are accountable to one another and must therefore devise the ways and means to ensure that accountability in the direct interest of the success of the fundamental transformation of our continent, to which all of us are committed. Obviously, it would be absurd to suggest that our leaders must write an examination principle at the school, an examination set by the School of Governance to satisfy our need to know whether this indeed is the kind of leader that we need. But as all of us know, one of the major projects in which our continent is engaged is implementing a potentially massive infrastructure investment program aimed at both integrating our continent and giving a powerful impetus towards the growth of the African economy. I'm talking here about the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. Its current second priority action plan has 69 projects spanning transport, energy, water, ICT, all focused on addressing the targets set by Agenda 2063. It is estimated, I'm sure the president of the Development Bank would be more familiar with all of this, that the African economies require investments of 2.48 trillion US dollars between now and 2040 to develop the infrastructures to the level comparable to peer countries in other regions. That achieving such investment levels could boost growth by 4.5% a year, and this would allow Africa to surpass the Agenda 2063 target of 7% annual gross domestic GDP growth and double the continent's GDP by 2040. In this context, the president and CEO of the African Finance Corporation, Mr. Samaila Zubairu, wrote this year that, and I quote, "Capital is accumulating across Africa, but it is not creating jobs at scale. And this is the disconnect we must fix." President of the African Development Bank referred to this financing issue. And he said across the continent, domestic financial resources have expanded significantly. Within banks, pension funds, insurance pools, and sovereign institutions, now exceeding, he says, very interestingly, $4 trillion. And yet, this growing capital base has not translated into the level of industrialization, infrastructure, or employment required to support sustained economic transformation. And this has the consequences of not accessing that 4 trillion for those purposes, that the consequences are structural. Africa continues to export, as the president of the World Bank said, raw materials, and import finished goods. This is not due to an absence of capital or resources. It is a failure of alignment. The question, therefore, is no longer whether Africa can finance its development. It is whether Africa can organize its capital and put in place effective intermediation at the scale and speed required to build economies that generate jobs consistently. And it says at the same time, the external financing environment has become less reliable. So those who are always looking for aid from outside need to take note of that. Concessional resources are constrained. Access to international capital markets is increasingly episodic, and bilateral lending has slowed. And he says these dynamics underscore a structural reality that Africa must increasingly rely on its own capital base, with external capital playing a complementary role. The analysis presented in this report reinforces a clear conclusion that Africa's binding constraint has shifted from capital availability to capital allocation and intermediation at scale. And finally, he said the African Finance Corporation focuses on developing infrastructure as integrated systems. Again, as the president of the African Development Bank said, linking resources to energy, transport, and markets so that capital is deployed where it can generate long-term value. We build, de-risk, and scale investments that enable industrialization, deepen regional integration, and support sustainable growth. Unquote. Colleagues, I've quoted the CEO of the African Finance Corporation at this length to make the important statement that there exists a practical possibility for our continent to double the size of its economy, as well as radically transform it within the next 15 years through the implementation of the infrastructure investment program I've mentioned, and indeed the matters that, again, I must insist on this, the President of the African Development, the program that he talked about. At the same time, this would take us a good way forward towards realizing the goal of uniting Africa. I believe that as a continent, we dare not miss this opportunity to ensure the realization of the infrastructure program contained in the 69 projects that are in that PWP, Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. And these projects touch every single African country and would, among others, give great impetus to the African Continental Free Trade Area. And so I return to the matter we were discussing of mindset reset and the mutual accountability of the African leadership. In this regard, I would suggest that as the regular reports are prepared on the implementation of the infrastructure projects, which is happening, this must include an honest assessment of the role played by each member state of the African Union in terms of its implementation. I believe that this would be a correct and effective way of ensuring the accountability of our leaders to one another in the context of the pursuit of the commonly agreed Pan-African or Meta-African objectives. Thus, we would not only speak of the kind of mindset and policies needed, but also put in place the ways and means legitimately to encourage the required mindset reset and the adoption of the required practices by our leaders. The last point I will make in this regard is that, fortunately, for some years already. Our continent has accepted and engaged in the process of peer review as a method, among others, of addressing the imperative of mutual accountability among our leaders. And I do hope that our forum will indeed do its best to reflect on what else should be done so that our continent has the kind of leadership that is required with a relevant mindset. In any case, Africa cannot achieve a renaissance without a leadership with the right mindset, driven by a deeply felt Pan-Africanism or Meta-Africanism. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, former President Becky, for those thoughts. I was left thinking about that $2.5 trillion that we need to finance the infrastructure necessary to put us at par with peer countries in the rest of the world. And right now, we're changing gears slightly to celebrate the inaugural Africa Mindset Reset Forum. There's an original composition, an upbeat, inspirational theme song. It was composed and written by MC Benny and Franklin. And this song features 5 vocalists from across the continent and 8 choreographers who have collaborated on the project. And this reflects the forum's Pan-African and intergenerational character. Are you guys ready to hear it? Is there anybody in the room? Are you guys ready to hear it? That's more like it. This song is now available on all streaming platforms, so you can hear it wherever you get your podcasts and music and all of that good stuff. And the video will premiere here tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, please welcome the Africa School of Governance Singers Collective.
It's a new day today. Our motherland, making it greater. Hello Africa, it's a new day today. Our motherland, making it greater. Africa, our motherland, and you call to reset our mind. Rise up Africa, make it greater. The vision, and it's so clear. Yes, with one dream and in one voice, we're moving forward together. Yes, with one dream and in one voice, we're moving forward together.
Afrika yote kwa pamoja, twainuka na nia moja, mwenendo moja, twasonga mbele, hatuna shaka, twaamini wakati nao umefika kubadili mtazamo wetu. Remember the chorus? Let's go together. Africa, let's go. Wonderful together. Africa, keep on moving.
Keep on moving. We are moving forward. Africa, Africa, nurukundo inambye kuyindi turatera imbere twagurukire hamwe tuzamura ibendera rimwe.
Let's keep together chorus.
Africa, bato ya seko bazali mala zikamo kili emona dame forise change their minds. So nobody now nice, come change
runaways. Teaching our soul to unite Africa. We got the power, we are stronger. Step by step, we got desire. Lifting head, what leaving no one behind. Singing victory, viva, viva Africa. Building hope, trust, and freedom. Cause we are the future.
Together.
Oh, Mama Africa. Oh, Mama Africa. Keep on moving. We are moving forward. Me and you and me, we are Africa. Me and you and me, we are the future. Me and you and me, we are Africa. Me and you and me, we are the future.
Another round of applause, please, for that performance. And Francis, I could see you. I could see you. We're about to go into our deep dive panel. I want to reiterate some of what we heard. Pan-Africanism gave us solidarity. We know what it is. And we are all, I believe, Pan-Africanists in this room. Young people, are you Pan-Africanists? I need to hear it from your stomach. Are you Pan-Africanists? Wonderful, wonderful. So we know what it is. But we are saying that meta-Africanism takes us forward, and it is the cognitive and development architecture that takes us to the construction of the Africa we seek. Does everybody feel that and understand that? Before we go into our panel, and we're going to go in just a minute into a deep dive conversation, I'd love one or two views. Do we have some mics for the floor? If you can get a young person, I see a young man seated there, I believe from West Africa. I'll come to you if there are no mics. I'll come to you. Are there other hands? I want to take 2 or 3 comments. How do we feel about Pan-Africanism? Let me see hands, please. Thank you, thank you. And Larry's going to help me as well. I see a hand. And then David, I'm going to come up to you. But we'll start here. We'll start with the men. We'll start with the men. Okay, ladies, how do we feel about that? We can do that too, right? We can open doors when we need to. The gentleman right here, because we've been having some conversations about this. How does this resonate for you as a young person? Introduce yourself to everyone.
Hi, everyone. I'm King David Ayolutu. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm a digital creator, and I love words. So I'll say Pan-Africanism is us here and now. It's every one of us sitting here looking at each other and seeing that there's no difference. Because first off, I'm in a room filled with people from all over the continent, and it kind of looks like Lagos to me. It doesn't feel different, except for the fact that maybe the geography is kind of different, our culture is slightly different, but the faces are practically the same. So why should we act like we're not the same?
Right, wow.
So that's it for me.
Wow. Powerful, thank you, thank you.
Julie.
In 30 seconds from you as well, and then we go to the panel. Thank you. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Precious Banda, the president of the Young Women of Africa, the biggest young women movement on the African continent, and part of the cohort for the Master of Public Administration. For me, Pan-Africanism is women empowerment, because you cannot advance the development of Africa with leaving women out. As we define the agenda of meta-Africanism, it's very important that we locate the democratic dividend that women of the continent have, and that we build and leverage on it in imagining what a new Africa looks like. Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Sorry, Julie.
Yes.
Julie, just one final one here.
Okay.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Dennis Remillo from South Sudan and a student of Ines Ruhengeri. Yeah, Pan-Africanism gave us confidence and resilience. That's why it made me like to come all the way from South Sudan and live freely and happy in Rwanda and get all what I want.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And from those voices, we now go into our deep dive panel session. I want to also mention the lady. You are working on ensuring that women are seen and heard, and yet you gave the floor to the gentleman. It's a reminder that we empower each other when we empower each other. Does that make sense? Thank you for that. To our panel now, Your Excellency President Paul Kagame, please do come up and take a seat. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let us also welcome to come up and take a seat. We have with us Her Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opuku Adjemang, who is the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Please do come up. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Let me welcome back to the stage His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, who has spoken to us, our African elder. And he says he's a bad teacher, but I disagree. I disagree. Please, Your Excellency, this is your seat right here. And last but not least, it is one of our one of the founders of the African School of Governance, who is also teaching us and giving back to the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. Thank you all for being with us. We've heard from the speakers, we've heard from the young people. Let's break it down now. And from each of your perspectives, I'll start with you, Your Excellency Kagame. What is the most urgent mindset shift that Africa requires today? And in some way, allow me to interconnect it to the African School of Governance and why you worked on setting this up, please.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope first of all, I want to thank you for being here, and most importantly, our guests, the leaders who came to join us on this day. And I want to thank my colleague, co-founder of this African School of Governance. And so now, the meaning of it all, the African School of Governance, and then the mindset reset. I think a number of speakers who spoke earlier, from President Mbeki to CD of African Development Bank and Francis Gatari earlier, they made very important points, indicating what Africa is, what the African problems are, what African solutions could be, and every one of us in between, and what we can contribute. I think everything was well put. So in the mindset reset, we should be questioning ourselves really and seriously. Because if we look back in history for a number of years, Africa has gone through so many challenges, and Africa has made progress in many areas. There's no question about it. Where Africa was 50 years ago and thinking it's not where Africa is today. Africa has made much progress, fallen short on many things, evidently, or failed here and there, but I think there's very good progress. And the most complex problem we have to face is, and having heard from the leaders who spoke earlier, it seems Africa has everything in place to succeed. It really does. It does. It has people, it has resources, it has the history that we have or should have learned a lot of lessons from. But looking back again, every day there are discussions about our continent, whether at the African Union or in other settings, and sometimes ourselves discussing, and sometimes other people discussing us. I mean, we just can't stay in one place where we are discussing our problems and evidently convincing ourselves, and rightly so, that we have more or less all we need to be where we want to be at any point in time. Mm-hmm. But we are not there. We don't get there. So the problems have been well put by the speakers. Now the task is, how do we change all this? Meaning, how do we change from a position where we have everything we need and we are clear about what to do and about where we have to be? I mean, the term when, you know, there's the Africa we want has been repeated so much. Yes, there's Africa we want. Why can't we have the Africa we want, since we have everything in place? So it means there's something we have to identify that keeps failing us. And therefore, take the bull by its horns and deal with what you have to deal with. So the school here, I think it's a school, an institution of knowledge. People will definitely benefit in that area. It's also going to be an institution maybe to kind of act as a reminder to us that there is a hard task ahead of us, nonetheless doable, that we have kept falling short on for so many years, and we have to be here, whether through research or discussion or observation or, you know, the knowledge we gather here, that we have to act upon and change. We have to change our continent, but we can't change our continent without changing our behavior, right, our way of doing things, our attitudes. We certainly have to, and we can't keep saying things about what we have to do and then start doing different things. I mean, we have to match what we say, what we want, with what we do, and then be able to see the results. I mean, there are no two ways about it. We can't keep running around in circles and sometimes congratulating ourselves, sometimes hugging each other, and then doing this. But after a year, or 3 years, or 5 years, when we look back, we find we are either in the same place where we were, or even, moved backwards. I mean, we human beings, Africans, even human beings, we need to challenge ourselves and say, why? Why do we have even gone to a point where we are reduced to simply admiring others. And others meaning not others among us, no, others outside of the continent. Why don't we do things so that we can actually admire each other among us? There are people who are capable of doing good things, and why don't we join them and do exactly that instead? But and that attitude, that mindset of admiring others is what reduces us to being subjects of all kinds of dictates. And for us, we are reduced to lamenting and complaining and you see. I mean, we just have to, and this is a place, this is a school, that's ideas here that really we should reflect on, and that should drive our behaviors and actions going forward.
Thank you so much. It's a lot of food for thought. We heard that you even go as far as recognizing policies are in place, instruments are in place, but we're not implementing. Before I come to you, Madam Vice President, please allow me to just ask the room 2 questions following President Kagame's remarks. Do you love yourselves as Africans? Do we? I want you to ask yourself that and think, how do I feel? And if you feel like you rousingly love yourself and you love our African continent, please let me hear you clap. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. So that is not the problem. Do you believe in yourself and your African neighbor to solve the challenges that you face? Yes or no? It was a bit less.
I think it is both.
It is both?
Yeah, from what I observed. It is yes and no.
Yes and no. It's a mix. So we're starting to understand, right? So maybe there are questions of trust, there are questions of understanding, and we'll come back to that. Madam Vice President, I think recently we saw you make a commitment around digital protocols that will really aid the African continental free trade area. And I think there's something coming up with Ghana, Zambia, and Rwanda, I believe. And so you're in that space of doing. And so I want to recognize that before I pose a question. Let's give her a round of applause for really driving transformation that will help payment systems, that will help digital identities, that will help so much for trade in Africa. When you look at the mindset issue, what do you think is the biggest problem we're facing? What is the mindset we need to shift?
Thank you very much. And let me greet everybody in this room. Thank President Kagame for this kind reception, and to send you greetings from my President John Dramani Mahama, and from the beautiful people of Ghana. Madam, thank you. Thank you for your question. What is missing? That's a very important question, because we have not been short of policies, of plans. We learned from primary school going forward what Africa is endowed with, and that is positive. So why are we here? I want to recognize the speakers who have come before me, in the plenary and so on. And to say that I feel one of the things we are missing is to understand our history. Who have we been? Where have we come from? And then why are we here? What has our past been like? Who has been telling our story? Who is defining who we are and who we can be? So it is taking agency. It is taking action. It is about taking charge of who we can be. It is not about others defining for us. And this takes us into what our forebears have done. We are talking about from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism. Pan-Africanism was at some point a radical expression of continental unity for a reason. And the reason per force that continues to stay is how we can come together and do things for ourselves as a people. And that also takes root from taking charge of why we are even doing this, what's the rationale, and what is left for us to do. And I want to commend the school for, for governance. And I want to humbly suggest that the theories are based on research we have done and not extending research others have done. Otherwise, we'll come back here. So I want us to comment on the way in which we even conceive our curriculum. So going forward, yes, we are here. Why are we here? Why do we have so much and yet we are so poor? So what is stopping us from making progress? I had a conversation with a friend who was telling me, oh, we lack the expertise. And my question was very fundamental. How old are their expertise? How old are their experts? What will it take for us to train our children that we know are bright and are capable and are willing to learn? So what is stopping us? And if somebody tells us also, oh, we don't have the equipment, how much does the equipment cost? And how much are we spending to support other people's equipment? So you see, we need to go back to the fundamentals and then imagine something that our Pan-Africanists imagined of a continent capable that can go into negotiations with the proper information, education, the confidence, and the willingness to do what it is that helps our continents to grow and be sustainable. That is also very, very important. So we should move ourselves from a position where we think others must do things for us. No. Nobody should be doing anything for us. We'll be doing it for ourselves. And it's about time. Okay, we need to move away from, you want to do your budget and how much is somebody is bringing you, how much is the person not bringing you, all that time wasting. Spend it on how much you can give yourself. So it is about putting the self forward. It's about putting the country forward. We've done a lot, so let's not give up.
Yeah. Wow.
So much has been done. We have our blogs and so on. Yes, we are not perfect. We have a system we need to continue to grow. We have, like everybody else, but we need to be focused on the vision. And the vision is to have, as President said, the Africa we want. We cannot just have an Africa we want. We must have an Africa we work for.
Wow.
And contribute for.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And an Africa we are willing to sacrifice for. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you for that. I mean, when you look at the African continent, our power is growing globally. Whether we realize it or not, we are relevant and our power is growing, and we must take that space. I think you're invoking knowledge and understanding. If we don't know our roots, if we don't know our history, if I don't know what made my grandmother bleed, the same thing can make me bleed tomorrow. Why? Why make the same mistakes? Why do we not understand that our own nutrition that was turned into orphaned crops, we stopped eating certain things that are now being studied as medicine, right? So we must connect back to the knowledge and have that self-belief. Your Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, you a part of this Africa School of Governance, you understanding the need to give back and build a cadre of leaders who see these things, who understand these things. What do you think is the biggest mindset challenge we're dealing with?
Thank you so much. First of all, let me recognize my leaders here with me in the panel. President Paul Kagame, the Vice President of Ghana, and President Thabo Mbeki. First of all, I think I would say I became co-founder standing on the shoulders of the African giants you see here. I think when we started this discussion, I was Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of my own country. By the time, I remember 2 of the giants are here, and the rest, my giant, which is the former Prime Minister Meles Zenawi. He is a global mind. And also President Bouteflika of Algeria, and as well as President Obasanjo, of course. He was not able to join us today, but he was part of that journey. This core of the African leaders were the ones who were discussing on issues while we were listening to the details of what should be done to our continent. I think now this school is the culmination of those discussions that has been taking place for several years. In the formation of African Union, transforming from the OAU, this discussion was in the place. When we celebrated our 50th anniversary of the OAU and transforming and designing Agenda 2063, this discussion was there. To me, Agenda 2063 is a meta-African agenda, which contains all of the ingredients we are talking now. And President Mbeki also mentioned on the policies and programs we set for ourselves. The blueprints are there. So what's lacking? So we felt that, everybody was discussing. Even in that discussion, we were very clear from the composition of leadership in the African continent. I want to be frank and candid. From the composition of leadership in the African continent, it was very clear that even the current leadership in majority is not fit for the African continental transformation. It's because of the mindset, which is more of not developmental mindset, but a rent-seeking mindset, which dominates. So I met, before coming to this meeting, a Chinese guy, and he was telling me, I see some progresses and growth in some African countries, but most of them are stagnant. Even some of it are decaying. So, why? It's simply because there is a need to change the political economy from rent-seeking dominated political economy to a developmental political economy. And that calls for nothing short of leadership. Right. So leadership is a key. Therefore, there are a number of issues that we can mention, the mental setup or the mindset that has to be changed. But our future, even the current, rests on our young people. Wow. So if we do not, cultivate a critical mass of
future leaders now at this time, because it's a generational journey. It's not just fixing in a month or in a year. It should go for generations. And that calls for beginning somewhere. And I thank President Kagame. So that discussion, when I was out of office, I raised this discussion to him. I said, President, you know, you have been discussing this issue for several years, but the progress is still stalling. What can be done? Then he has the vision of doing this school, and I subscribed that vision and shared that vision, and we started this school as a place where there will be a movement, a practical movement like this one. This is a big movement now. So if we don't participate our masses, as President Mbeki was saying, we cannot change Africa.
Right.
So only political elites cannot change Africa. Only business elites cannot change Africa. We need the masses behind the agenda. And that can only be done if we do have a cohorts and critical mass of leaders, young leaders, that are taking responsibility for the future of our continent. That was the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very, very, very clear. Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki, we've had the honor to hear from you already this morning. I want to move to the areas of focus that we really need to double down on, whether it's sectors or issues. We are living through very difficult geopolitical times, very difficult. And in some ways, Africa seems to be once again on that table when they divided Africa in the scramble of Africa. You feel all these interests surrounding the continent. So we have to double down and deliver on the continent, for the continent. We have to position Africa globally, and at the same time, there are headwinds that we face. What would you say are the things that we really need to be focusing on in terms of how leadership pushes forward in spite of all these challenges, number one, and number two, maybe in terms of sectors of areas, issues that we really need to have a laser sharp focus on?
I think I must repeat what has been said and what I was trying to communicate earlier. Even with regard to the matter you are raising correctly, of a very complex world situation, really, really seriously, this issue of the quality of leadership on our continent is critical. If we don't attend to this matter successfully, there's no major African problem is going to be solved. It doesn't matter what the problem is, including the ones about Africa's place in the world. So the challenge is this, what do we do to produce this kind of leadership that is needed? And I think in that context, the point that Prime Minister Haile Mariam has just made is very important. That this leader is that we want. He can't drop from the skies from somewhere. The masses of the ordinary people become important.
Mm-hmm. That's where the leader comes from.
Those are the people who must produce this leader. You want me to elect you as president. What are you going to do about the fact I'm hungry? I'm poor. I live in these conditions. I elected you 5 years ago and these conditions have not changed. Why must I elect you again? So I'm saying that we have this critical challenge. How do we produce this leadership? We had in our history, correctly, this matter that's raised. The continent struggles for its liberation. You have a common groomer from Ghana who attends the 5th Pan-African Congress in 1945 in Manchester, in England. So you can see this history. This is somebody who's very steeped in this matter. Ghana must be free, Africa must be free. What must we do? Well, the Vice President was saying, ready to sacrifice and all of that. Paul Kagame is sitting next to me. Particular challenges in Rwanda, which must be addressed. And they'll also mean that certain sacrifices must be made. So those conditions dictate a certain kind of behavior. So you therefore produce the Kwame Nkrumahs and the Paul Kagames and all of these people. But we can't say, can you recreate those conditions so that we continue to have these leaders? No. A new situation arises. Prime Minister is saying, a new situation where we take over our countries, we're running our countries. This leader who said our task is to make sure that our people are liberated, and I'm ready to die for that. The next generation, or maybe even that later, they are now in power. What next do I do? Put money in my pocket. Self-enrichment. It's a very prevalent problem on the continent. But I'm trying to say, Julie, that there's a question that all of us must ask and answer. What is it that we do to produce this kind of leader? Not to decry, not only to decry the fact that we don't have them, but you say, what is it that we do in order to have them? And part of I think, the response to this challenge, again, I refer to Prime Minister Haile Mariam. President, I think, is to be honest with one another. You see, if Thabo Mbeki is doing wrong things, Paul Kagame should not be diplomatic and polite, but to say, but you are doing wrong things. It's because I was trying to indicate we are mutually interdependent.
Yes.
So what wrong things I do in South Africa will impact on Rwanda. So you can't say I've got a sovereign exclusive right in internal affairs and so on. And that's one thing that should happen.
Thank you for that.
But the challenge is, practically, what do we do to produce this kind of leadership that we need? Right. And that answer is not easy.
It brings us to a philosophical question. Are the greatest leaders produced in times of the most intense crisis, right? And actually, Africa has surpassed that stage in most places of most intense crisis. So how do we produce the next leaders that Africa requires? Let me come to you, Your Excellency. You started us off really with a lot of food for thought about everything we have in place and our failure to act. And we started to get some indication of what the problems may be. If you were to point out to one sector, one issue that you want to see movement on, and so all of us will listen and say, okay, this is our private sector aligns, what would that place be where we can and must focus and move? What's most urgent?
There are a couple of things that are urgent, but let me start with, we are here in this institution, this school, and we are addressing young people here who are even aspiring to be leaders tomorrow. I hope they are listening.
Right.
Yes. Because all these things that are being explained very well. And then they come, they develop to a certain level, and they start behaving just like what we are talking about that has led to So that is a starting point, and that will help things to change. The second thing is, from what Ira Mariam said, the Chinese who talked to him and said, you know, so many things happening across the continent that shouldn't be the case, and where some developments here and there. What is so disheartening is that the same places, and there might be many places on our continent, where things have stagnated or have been deteriorating. The leaders in those places are not bothered. That's the first thing. And from the leaders, people start even either being desperate or something, they also start giving up. And a situation becomes hopeless for 5 years, 10 years, and it's like there's nobody. But of course, when it comes to selecting legitimate leaders, and at the point that President Mbeki made, there has to be legitimacy. There has to be legitimacy at the national level, but you should not neglect legitimacy at the continental level. And then that again comes to the point where when leaders are there and some of them are not doing the right thing, it's true, we should have the courage to raise it. Because you can't just use the sovereignty, you know, you are messing up a country that has a sovereignty indeed, and then you come to the continental level, you also messing up. And you have to keep quiet because by sovereignty, you happen to be there. And by that, to a degree, it has come to a point of legitimacy. That should not be enough. Sovereignty and legitimacy combined should also be demonstrating that people are doing the right thing for themselves or for those they lead. And we can't be made to, I mean, we should, even the young people here should develop having the courage to find a form in which they can express this one way or the other. So the conversation goes on. Now, the investments we have to make, we talked about leaders, and leaders definitely are the ones in the end responsible for all the things we do. When we do wrong things, they have their own consequences, and you can see how this affects people. So the governance aspect of it all is very important, because I can tell you that we can invest in infrastructure, we invest in health institutions, education, or all these are important. We can invest in agriculture for food security, to be able to feed ourselves. These are very important. They are actually key. But depending on the governance structure, these are either going to happen, or even when they have come to being, they will be able either to give the results we expect or not. The politics behind it all will decide whether the infrastructure you're investing in, or whatever you're investing in that is going to improve the lives of people, will stand and work for the benefit of these people. So we can't, before we talk about the different sectors we have to focus on and so on, so there is this thing that you are talking about mindset. People talk about vision. You talk about all kinds of things. the mindset drives the vision, drives the plans you put in place and how these things are executed to deliver. So they are connected. So we already having a good example where we are saying even at a continental level, we have these policy frameworks that are really well thought out. They have laid out step-by-step things that we can do. But is this something we are going to sit with like an ornament in front of us, and we just keep saying, referring to that? But at the same time, when you measure the difference we have made to our people, the people's lives, you don't see much. So what is lacking, therefore, is not the resources. We have already been told how resources are there or they can be found and so on and so forth. Right. But so how do we connect all this that needs to be connected and deliver? And delivering means you are seeing something there. The results should be there. It's not just thinking about I was told there's something the term in psychology called, it says subtraction neglect. Subtraction neglect is driven by a certain bias or understanding where subtraction means loss and addition means being productive. All right?
Yeah.
I'm saying this, let me give you an example which we face in leaders who are here have led governments, and they say in my government, we are sitting in a cabinet, we agree to do things, and when the ministers have left, instead of going straight to do what they need to do, you hear when the next cabinet, when we meet, they say, okay, what is the progress? Minister, where are we? And then they start telling me, yeah, we set up a committee, and then, you see, so that there is everything, the committee, and then the process of, then another layer for approval of something, and instead of going straight to the point, and because it was discussed, it was understood, all that remained was to just go and do. In fact, the president of African Development Bank mentioned that as well. We're talking about procedures, processes, then committees, then meetings, then all that. Some of those people think they are really doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And some people get even lost in the nice language in which they have to be explaining something.
And the long reports that they need to write.
And that's where the whole thing ends. So imagine if you are going to deliver on infrastructure and you have to go through this process.
You won't.
I mean, by the time electricity is going to be delivered, I mean, some people will have lost their lives because they...
Yeah. What we are talking about is the boldness to act, the courage to do things.
Absolutely. There's no question about it. You need to do, because anyway, even if you are fearing to make a mistake, you're already making a mistake.
By not doing it.
By not doing it. So what is the excuse?
Can I, as I, thank you so much, Your Excellency. You know, my mind says some of these things were put into our policies and practices to slow us down. Some of these things in our organizations exist to slow Africa's progress down.
There is no question about
So you need
it.
to keep answering questions, checking yourself, doubting yourself, going back, bureaucracy in your system strategically to slow you
These
down.
things will make you go to sleep happy, thinking you are fine, but you're not.
They lull us into a place of security when we are in danger. Vice President, let me come to you. Tell the room, what gave you the boldness to start doing some things that many other countries haven't stepped into, but you are doing? Where did that come from?
That's a good question. And I want to agree with, first, I want to agree with President Kagame that we need to go beyond setting up a committee to review the report of the previous committee to give us recommendations about the next committee. We need to go beyond that. So, Mr. President, I share your frustration, and I think that we all need to take cue. Thank you very much. Frankly, I don't know what the bold things you are talking about, but I just want to comment on, what has brought us here. And it's about some frustration we are all feeling that we are not making the kind of progress we should make. And the bottom line is, how do we affect all of us? Those of us in this room, with all respect, let me say that we are privileged to be here. How about many, many people who are not here? And how do our activities, our actions impact positively on the others? We are talking about activities that have not been executed. And I think part of it has to do with what has formulated the building blocks that have brought us here. If we are trapped in a place where decisions are made for us, where you are only carrying out decisions others have made, then definitely there's only so far you can go. If you've been part of that formulation of that decision, you'll see where it should end. And then you'll ask questions, why are we here? So to answer your question directly, I think paying attention to capacity building is important. That was why I was very interested in the school. So we are not raising our youth the same way that has brought us here. So how are we raising them differently? How are we teaching differently? With what, information in the, let's say, curriculum, for lack of a better word? How do we move from becoming a victim of this circumstance to an active, an agent of change? What will it take? Yes, it will take some courage, it will take some sacrifice, whatever, but you need to ensure that you are taking that decision. And you are not taking it because you alone think you are the only smart person to do it. No, you are taking it along with people who are going to work with you to realize that particular conclusion. So I think that capacity building is going to be very, very important, and building the capacity differently from how we have inherited it. Otherwise, we'll keep asking the question, why are we here? Why are we here? Good question, where should we be? And what will it take? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Same question, Your Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn. What actions now? What do you feel is needed?
I think I would go for a story. You will somehow bear with me. Most of the audience here knows the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam.
Yes.
But most of you do not know the genesis of that. Ethiopia in 1970s was a poster child case, where 70% of our people in the rural areas were food aid recipients. When the government I served came to power, we learned we were trying to go the same way as others were going, but after 10 years, we recognized that we are at the same place, never moved. Still, our people are food aid recipients. So then we sat down and said, what's the problem? So the first thing is, people focus on white collar projects, but the whole issue should center on our masses of the population. So we said, our people by the time was 85% were farmers and rural community. So we have to focus on our asset, which is our resource, which is our people. And then we have a land resource, we have water. So then we geared our policy towards agriculture-led industrialization, and we continued on going into that program. The first thing is, how can we change the mindset of our farmers from dependency? There is one joke which we always take, Our farmers were saying, let the rain rain in Canada, because the food aid comes from Canada. So that was the mindset. Then how can you make this farmer to be a productive farmer in its own plot? So that was the beginning of the revolution in our rural development. That was in 2000, and we moved 8 years through our program. We have 80,000 against the prescription of the IMF and the World Bank. We went into 80,000 diploma holders of agricultural extension workers deployed at the village, which brought our national budget to be 17% to the agriculture sector, annual budget.
Wow.
So I think that has revolutionized the rural areas, and the mindset has changed. In 8 years' time, our farmers have got a breaking point where we produced, 30 quintals, which is almost 3 tons, from only 0.8 tons in the beginning.
Wow.
That has created savings in the country, because the masses, when they save, it's huge amount. And our saving to GDP ratio has reached 42%, which is only seen in countries like China. Then the money came. We were not able to build a single small dam in Ethiopia earlier, but this rural transformation has brought savings into money. We knew that this saving was going to the high-rise buildings in Addis Ababa. Most of you know that. Addis Ababa in 2012, we had 600 cranes all over the city. Every one of you understand. Because this agricultural saving went into wrong direction, into real estate. So the government has taken a policy that we have to lead this saving into productive sector, where energy is critical for industrialization. So that's why we channeled this saving. And because the World Bank and others were not able to finance us because of their own political reason, then we finance it domestically. Even a herds boy, let me tell you, even a herds boy has a bond.
Wow.
Every community was mobilized, and we were able to mobilize, and therefore we built our largest dam in Africa, 6,000 megawatts.
Wow, amazing.
The mindset shift, when you see practically, not only this, for the first time in 2015, let me finish, because this is a very good lesson that these young generation leaders to learn. In 2015, there was an El Nino announced that there will be a severe drought in Horn of Africa. We used to get food aid from somewhere, but we decided, okay, next year we have to make history. We will not get a grain of food aid on 2016 when this drought comes. This drought is the worst of its kind in the history of the country. But we were able to finance the supply from our own coffer, where we were able to come out. Then announce it to our people, we are now liberated from food aid. So that has made a very great morale to the people at large, because we were known as a poster child case. Everybody in the Western countries, every NGO is begging in the name of that small child, which is starving. Ethiopia was synonymous to famine. But we turned that down, and Ethiopia is now surplus producer. So it is possible.
Wow. And we have to remember the history of Ethiopia. If you go online and take a look, you will find Ethiopians riding with lions and fighting and making sure it wasn't colonized, and then going through that. Your Excellency, come in. Yes.
Let me say something on
Yes.
that. He's given us a good example of Ethiopia and what happened and what was done and so on. Let's for a moment think of Ethiopia as Africa, as a country. Let's say Africa was a country, just from that. And that is how the mindset is likely, the mindset change or reset is likely to work on our continent.
Wonderful, wonderful. Can I say, allow me to bookmark this, that the Mindset Reset Forum has got to be about saying no to the IMF when we need to say no. If it doesn't work for Africa, we say what? No. And you've told us it also happened, I know in Rwanda, it's happened in other countries where you've made a decision going against the grain. And then this is where maybe one of the important things is how we continue to finance our own development is a very, very important thing. We've got to wind up because of time. We could go on and on. I want to come to each of you to briefly, maybe this is the most powerful segment. I don't know how you will wrap this all up in one. These young people we have in the room who are listening keenly. I want you to remember where you were when you were their age. 20s, 30. Your Excellency, I know some of where you were and what you were doing, yes. But remember, if you remember, look back at that age. Look back at that age. And you know, Vice President, you spoke about sacrifice. I want you to each of us, to tell us, each of you tell us, where were you? What mindset shift happened for you to bring you to where you are today? What contributed to build the leader you are today? Maybe that will be of help. Do you think that will be of help? All right, all right. So, Haile Mariam, Your Excellency, can I start there, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the famine case, which I mentioned to you, when I was 9 years old, that happened. So I was from the southern part of Ethiopia, which is, bumper harvest area. So that has changed the whole of my career and my life and my political engagement as well. So to transform Ethiopia from a food recipient to a food surplus producer. And that has been the case, throughout, even my education. I am a water engineer by profession because I wanted to be an irrigation engineer to change the whole thing in the country.
Wow,
So
and you have, and you have.
Yeah. I think that was what has, necessitated. Even my political life was designed and came because of that. And I'm happy that we made some progress, but there is a long way to go again.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that contribution, and congratulations that you were able to make a tremendous change. Madam Vice President, please.
Well, I know that the audience is not interested in hearing my life story.
We are interested.
I think many things. And let me pay tribute to my parents, to my teachers. I think I had good teachers who taught us to read beyond the syllabus. And that was very helpful. To read writers who were not included in the so-called canon. So that opened us and my generation or my friends to reading so many other things and other books about where we have been and where we were. But I think that at a very practical level also, maybe living away from home and recognizing, as a child, I think I've said this to many of my friends, I thought that our food was very boring. And I complained that it was repetitive and so on and so forth. But all of these sometimes come because you don't have anything to compare with. So then you step out and you realize that, oh, but some people have only 2 staples. Now look at all the things they do with them. Then you ask yourself, so if I come from a part of the world where virtually everything grows, why are we importing food? So what is going wrong? Where are the other Ghanaians here?
Yes.
I love bread too, so it's okay. Every other village has an oven baking bread using wheat. And it gotten to a point where we don't even see it as an imported food. And that is part of the mindset. I'm not saying it's a bad food or what is stopping us from developing our other grains into the same items that we can also use to bake bread,
Right.
or use to make medicine,
Right.
or use to build our houses, or use to teach our children. So what is it that is moving us away from ourselves? And, coming from the campus, I used to ask my students, when we say somebody is educated, what do we mean? And it was like a joke, but finally we see the picture. It's like we've been raised to move away from ourselves. And we call that, where are the young people? Are they here? You're all here. Thank you very much for coming. You are very, very important. And you need to recognize that your education should ground you in where you can be.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency Becky, can I come to you? Where were you in your 20s and 30s, and what lessons did you learn about mindset shift that have driven you forward?
Well,
we did leave you last, President Kagame. Let us. Okay, you want? Okay, go ahead.
Let us speak.
Okay.
Go on.
Please go ahead.
Anyway, for me, it's long ago. I don't even remember. But on a serious note, my understanding over time is that we all don't have to go through similar things or difficult situations to turn out to be. No, whatever one goes through in life, there are moments when somebody should, again, you use the word choice. People, I think choice is important. People have to make choice about and identify what purpose they attach to their lives. And for me, when I was young, it was all kinds of problems, but that came with a silver lining, in a sense that they made a number of us who lived that life at the early stage to say we shouldn't accept this. And therefore we even risked our lives and said, it's just either it's your choice to live like this, meaning like nobody, and in those hardships, or to give it a fight because you don't accept it. So together with others, we made that choice, and we decided to shape the kind of life we wanted, irrespective of the fact that we were also aware by doing that, the life we are looking for may not be lived.
Wow.
Yes, we made that choice very conscious about it. And later on, when we got involved in trying to shape the life we wanted at a very high risk, of course, many people didn't make it through. But others stayed the course. Because it was a choice, it was a decision, however costly it was. And there's another challenge that is associated with that over time. Having gone through that, made those hard choices and taken the risks. Actually, there's another side that there's something ringing in you and saying, so if I took this risk to shape my life to be different from what it was, am I the one going in any way to contribute to making people feel like I felt that time? I don't know whether I'm understood here.
That's a heavy weight.
So it compels you to say, I'll try to do my best so that what I'm doing does not result into people feeling like you felt that time. That's what I meant. So, and this is in everybody's possibility. The young people, I'm addressing these young people and others who are following. It's in your capacity, in your ability, in your every possibility to say, to give your life a purpose and to make a choice. A choice that you know, if you have made it, it's not just going to be confined to your life, but it has impact on other people's lives. So, and in fact, that's why it is important when people are talking about even continentally, why we should even work together. Because not working together, what does it mean? What purpose does it serve? Who benefits from it? So I just want to say, you try, give it a try, you fail, you make a loss here, you make a gain here, but stay the course.
Keep going.
Yes, keep going.
Yes. For avoidance of doubt, before I come to you, Your Excellency, Becky, for avoidance of doubt, in April 1994, Rwanda experienced the genocide against the Tutsi. It was a horrifying time where close to a million lives were lost. People were displaced. And a small army had to come in. His Excellency and a few others, young people, came in. And he has said, not knowing if they would survive, what they were coming to confront, the world abandoned Rwanda.
Actually, before that, my family went into exile when I was 4 years old. So a big part of my life, I was a refugee.
In Uganda.
In Uganda, in a neighboring country in Uganda. That's where I grew up. So the sort of hardships I was talking about were even relating to that. But from that, we grew up into this kind of determination to say, no, we can't just live stateless. We can't live as refugees forever. So that's why so the genocide in Rwanda had started long ago, in the early 60s. That's how I became a refugee with my parents. Some of my relatives did not have a chance to escape to anywhere. They were killed. That time, in the 60s. So the 94 one was just a repetition of what had happened over years. It was in the 60s and then early 70s and then 94. So some people naturally, humanly, they could have lost hope and lost everything and gave up. Others, some of them were saying, well, in any case, I have nothing to lose. So let me try this one. If I lose a life as a refugee, I don't think I have lost much. But I had to build something that was, so I have to try to build a life that is worth something, and that one could stand up and fight for. So those who were not lucky didn't make it, those who were lucky made it, but we can't make the same mistake as those who made us create that situation.
Thank you. And look at Rwanda. Look at Rwanda today. And so as young people, you have different problems. You have choices. You have to decide what you're going to do. You are in a different place. And hopefully by seeing the fact that those before us have gone through immense things, it gives us the courage to know that where we are today is a different place and we can conquer any of the challenges that we face as well. Your Excellency Becky, where were you and what's your message to young people?
Where he was, some things are similar to mine.
Like
yes, of course.
very similar to what President Kagame is saying. Well, you know, Julie, that we grew up in apartheid South Africa. So I joined the ANC Youth League I was 13 and a half years old. Joined, not recruited or anything, because it was clear to us as young people, the system is wrong, let's do something to change it. So that's how we become members of the ANC Youth League. So whatever the ages of the youth are here, I was in the struggle for the liberation of South Africa, whatever the years. Because that thing which was wrong had to be corrected. And we understood, again, as Paul Kagame just said, we understood things had to be changed in the correct direction, and you stay with that, whatever the cost. For instance, all of us, I had 4 siblings, 3 brothers and 1 sister. All of us left home at about the age of 7. So we always grow up not at home, but with other people. The reason for that is because the parents knew that at a certain point, they would get arrested and get sentenced to jail for many years. So we had to get accustomed of growing up without them. So that's how we grew up. So I'm saying, so whatever the ages are in the hall here, those were ages of struggle. So from, I've been 70 years a member of the ANC.
Wow.
Committed the same vision as when we joined the Youth League. What we do, and let's get a apartheid system, let's change the conditions of people for the better and so on. As you know, our comrades in the former Portuguese colonies have got a very good slogan, and a luta continua, a vitória é certa. I'm still saying that today. The struggle continues, victory is certain. Because you can see in South Africa that we are still left with a great deal of the legacy of the apartheid system. So the struggle hasn't ended. So you stay with the struggle, you stay on course, the commitment you made as a 13-year-old, you stay with it. And the reason you stay with it is because the condition of the people remains affected by the thing that was wrong 70 years ago. So this is what our young people now, we're talking about the African challenges. We're searching for answers to some of the questions, what is to be done, practically, seriously. That these young people must stay with that struggle until indeed the Africa we want emerges. And not come, not say, I've said somewhere that don't, when you are running a marathon, there should be no point where you say, look, I'm tired, now I'm dropping out. You got to run the marathon and finish. And I think that's a task of our people, young people here, that they must run that marathon to make sure that this Africa we want does indeed emerge. Thanks.
Let me add something that I thought. When I was talking about my case, and which is similar to President Mbeki's, as you said, fighting for a cause and so on. A couple of things have to be borne in mind, and that will help. One, you have to choose again. You have to be selective. There has to be justification for a fight. Don't just pick fights for the sake of it. I know young people are hot heads, and it would just feel like we went through that. We know what it means. So don't just pick a fight because you can't fight. Choose a moment. Choose what for, and it must be a just cause. And when you have been clear about it, you've done all the checks, then give it the fight it deserves. But be selective.
Wow.
Choose.
My father was a military man, and he always said, you do not unleash the military until it is a last resort.
Yes.
You do not go into a fight until you have no other choice and you have different avenues. Leadership. So what we've heard from this conversation, leadership, governance structures, I think the idea that we have choices to make, but to make good choices, we have to have knowledge. We have to know where we've come from. We have to know the different paths we have access to. We have to recognize our own capacity, but the capacity of the network. Those around us collaborate. We have to stay on course. We'll make mistakes. You'll get back up, dust yourself off, keep moving, stay on course. Let's give a big round of applause, please, to this incredible panel. Thank you, thank you. Please, let us also allow, I think, His Excellency, we can allow you, if you need to leave, we will say thank you very much. Thank you. Otherwise, if you will stay, either way, we are in your hands. A round of applause as they head down. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie, and your panel. Thank you for that fascinating conversation with these historical figures, whether it's the first female vice president of your country, a 70-year member of the ANC, or somebody who stopped a war or made sure that their country was not a net food recipient, but was producing food. Okay, listen. I know we've had a long morning, so I only have a 2-hour panel and then we can go to lunch. Sounds good? 2-hour panel. Sounds good? If you respond enthusiastically, I can cut it down to 1 hour, 59 minutes. Anyway, this was an amazing opening session, and I want for us to sit with this for a second. So we're going to cut the rest of what's supposed to be this part so we can all go to lunch and you can come back energized in about an hour so we can begin the afternoon session. Does that sound good? Fantastic. So please enjoy your lunch outside and join us back in an hour. We can go to the mindset shifting alternatives initiatives, and also we can have the first of our intergenerational dialogues Bon appetit. Development Department at the Africa Union Commission. That is the African Open Skies Initiative. Please have a seat at the front. We'll get to you in a second. Also joining us on the stage, Ms. Ejigayu Tefera, Senior Economist, the African Peer Review Mechanism, and she will talk about the African Sovereign Credit Rating Agency. Also joining us here on the stage will be Mr. Richard Niwenshuti, the Chief Executive Officer, Rwanda Cooperation Initiative. Joining us on stage as well, Dr. Edem Adzogenu, Global Emissary for Accra Reset. But to kick us off, and she will join us straight on the stage there to tell us this one grand idea. This is one of my favorite things. I feel like I'm a broken record about African visas, and I love the work that the African Development Bank does about this. Dr. Joy Kategekwa, Director of Regional Integration, the African Development Bank, and she's here to talk about the African Visa Openness Index.
Hello and good afternoon. I messed it up right from the start. Good afternoon. I hope you're feeling energized. You know, this morning, we talked a lot about opportunity, about the African, about Africanness. We talk about Agenda 2063 and the Africa we want. And at the heart of that is really this idea that all of this is being done for the African. And so it seems like one of the biggest contradictions that on the one hand, we talk about Pan-Africanism, Meta-Africanism, yet we hold a posture on visa policy that keeps the African out. And this is why it's extremely important to always keep track of what's happening on issues visa-free Africa. So my deck is going to come up in a minute, but what we do about it in terms of the African Development Bank Group, as well as the African Union Commission, is produce what we call the Africa Visa Openness Index. Now, colleagues are going to put up my deck. I'm saying it for the second time. And there, I'd like to share with you what the story is about the condition of the African moving within Africa. Okay, so next we go. The Africa Visa Openness Index. Why do we produce this report? Because we're trying to keep track of what is changing. You know, we're tracking progress. We're ensuring that as visa-free moves and advances, Intra-African travel is moving, intra-African trade is moving, the obstacles to intra-African trade are being brought down, and we are promoting the spirit of Pan-Africanism. So what do? We categorize the countries into 3 categories. The first one is no visa required. We all came into Rwanda, we didn't need a visa. So you do so well, you get number 1, right? And then there are countries that say, well, you can come, we'll give you the visa on arrival. They get 0.8. And then there are countries that say, well, you do need a visa before you take the journey, and they get 0. And so we calculate this vis-a-vis the total number of African countries, and we produce this index that tells us about where every country is. The purpose is to spotlight what's changing and hopefully to encourage everybody to get up on the index. So what this one does is show us the top countries. I can tell you the top 4 or 5. At the top you have Rwanda, you have the Gambia. These are the African countries that you can pick up your bag today and go to, visa-free. The third country is Kenya, because Kenya has removed its electronic travel authorization requirement for all Africans, with the exception of 2 countries. The fourth country is Benin, and then the 5th is Ghana, and we go on. So you can see on that slide what it shows. Basically telling us a story that progress is being made, but certainly not enough. So we've been doing this for 10 years. What is the story since we started in 2016? In 2016, when we started, this idea of countries in Africa that don't require a visa was at 20%. Here we are 10 years later, we produced the 10th edition. Where are we? 28%, 28.2%. Progress, but not enough. And what is the situation about visa on arrival? Here you've seen a little bit of a decline from close to 30 when we started, now in the range of 20%. When I try to understand what that's about, it's about some countries that had visa on arrival are moving towards electronic travel authorizations. But when you see how those are played out in practice, in fact, it is a visa. And then those countries that still require a visa ahead of travel, 51%. And so you can see that we still have a huge mountain to climb. Over 50% of the travel situations in Africa require visa. There's an interesting story that comes out of the regional economic communities. And there you see, so this just shows you the average. And what you see there is ECOWAS doing the best, EAC coming a close second, COMESA also, AMU as well. But what it really tells you, the true story here is that somehow it's easier in the regions than it is at the continental level. That as an East African citizen, I can get up and leave Uganda and come into Rwanda and go into Tanzania and go into Burundi, for example. That ECOWAS has something similar. They have a right to enter, reside, establish. And so the story and the job for us, the mindset reset for us is to say, how do we catch up with the ease in the Rex and take it up to the continental level? And so what are the recommendations that we're proposing? Well, here we're breaking them into 2 blocks of ideas. The first one is understanding that, well, there are issues countries are grappling with on this visa-free issue. And so maybe if you're to take an incremental approach, what can be done? And this is why I should have brought my specs. So what can be done concretely is, first of all, if we're talking about countries that are requiring visas to start, can you move to visa on arrival? What is the interest? The interest is to know who is coming. Can you check that on arrival so you don't stop the process of starting the travel? The other thing is to say, if you have e-visas and e-requirements, ETAs, can we find a way to at least keep the cost simple? Have these electronic systems simple so that they really avoid the friction of a traditional visa? Can we decouple the screening from the actual right to start the travel? And then can we use these findings to advocate for more ratifications of the protocol on free movement? Because this protocol was open, this instrument was open for ratification at the same time as was the AFCFTA. It only has 4 ratifications: Rwanda, Mali, Niger, and I believe Sao Tome and Principe. But what if we wanted to go faster? And this is the big idea I'd like to live with you. That what if we thought about an Africa zone modeled somehow around the Schengen? To talk about this region, this area that we would promote as that space that is welcome for Africans in Africa. There's a set of countries that are already giving visa-free access. And so we create an incentive structure around that, promoting them for tourism, not just coming to see the beauty of the country, but health tourism, for example, conference tourism. We think about that as a magnet for investment, for example, an attraction and starting point for testing out what the AFCFTA really looks like. Package this, track the metrics of what's changing in these countries, show and tell the story so that the others can see that they're missing out on something. And perhaps through that, they can also come on board. But how do you sort that out and expand it for more to come without dealing with security? And this is what we're proposing, that yes, the biometric identity checks can be there, but they can be done at the border. That we should think about how to do pre-notification without pre-authorization, i.e. don't hide behind the fact that we need to know who's coming and therefore you must all have a visa. So how do you decouple the two? We can have interoperable watch lists that help in sharing intelligence, and we can locate and localize this question around intelligence, where exactly it needs to be. I'll close off with this big idea. In 2015, according to the Abuja Treaty, we had this journey that will take us to the Continental Free Trade Area. At that time, we were supposed to reach the CFTA in 2028. The leaders got together in 2015, halfway that year in South Africa, and said, no, fast track this thing. And so there's power in fast track. There's power in doing things even if they frighten you. There's power in thinking through how we can galvanize action, perhaps through this Africa zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joy. I appreciate it. How many of you are you in Rwanda? Oh, English is my third language, guys. How many of you are in Rwanda for the first time? Was it nice being able to just come in, no visa required? Can you take that message back to your countries? Because some of your countries, even the biggest countries, make it very difficult for us Africans to come in. And I'm naming names: South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, Morocco. All of you need to make it easier, because half, like you said, 51% of African countries right now still require an African to go and apply for a visa in advance before they begin their journey. We can do better. Thank you for the work that you do on the African Visa Openness Index. I highly recommend you go and read it. And sometimes public shaming works, because some countries, they were ranked poorly in the index and they went back and did better, right?
Indeed, indeed. This was the case of Kenya,
Yes.
where the ETA was seen for what it is, which was a visa in application. And what Larry did after we produced our report was go on Twitter and say, shame on Kenya. And then it caused the whole, situation that resulted in conversation with the government. And what they did after that is eliminate the ETA for all Africans, with the exception of 2 countries.
Wonderful. If you have to shame your president like I did to make the change, it works. Because I remember on this stage 3 years ago, we sat here with Aliko Dangote, who's the richest man in Africa, and a French executive, and the French man had access to more African countries than an African man. That is what we're dealing with. Sit with that. Anyway, it's time for us to hear about the Africa Open Skies Initiative. Engineer Eric Ntagengerwa, please.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, all protocol observed. I'm here to talk about the Open Skies Initiative. Allow me to recognize and thank the African School of Governance to invite our African Union Commission and Department of Infrastructure and Energy. I will go straight to the point. A lot has been said before. When it comes to the Open Skies Initiative, we have a flagship project under the African Union Agenda 2063, the Single African Air Transport Market, launched in 2018. These flagship initiatives, now we have 38 African states that have joined. And since 2022, we have about 124 new intra-Africa routes that have been launched. We also have about 26 countries in Africa that have fully committed to liberalize their market. We also have about 800,000 million of additional GDP created from 2022. We also have 19 to 20 fifth freedom traffic routes. These are the routes that connect two cities without coming back to their home market. However, our mindset shift is not yet there. What mindset shift are we talking about when it comes to connectivity? We should have the confidence as Africa to treat our market as a single market, not 55 separate markets. I will give practical examples. We have our African airlines like Rwanda Air connecting different cities, Kenya Airways, Airlink in Southern Africa. They are connecting different capital cities in Africa. So if we see this as just a new aviation route, that's where we need to shift our mindset. Our mindset should be, we are creating new markets when connecting to different cities. When Rwanda Air connects from Kigali to Lagos, it's not about going to Lagos, it's about what follows after. So what we are saying, the first mindset for us is to look at this as a continental market. When Rwanda Air connects the two cities, Kigali and Lagos, we should see this as an economic corridor. It shouldn't be looked at just an aviation route. When we see the connections between the various hubs in Africa, we have Addis Ababa, Bole International Airport, we have Cairo, we have Johannesburg. All of these hubs are connecting businesses, they are connecting SMEs, they are connecting young entrepreneurs. So we should have that confidence to have it as one market, not separated markets. We still see cases of fragmentation in Africa, protectionism of national airlines. This should be under one single African air transport market. The second mindset that we are seeing here, the cost of travel between African cities is very high and unacceptable. We see that Africa is connecting. We see these new routes created, as I said. But the cost of travel between two cities in Africa can be more expensive than traveling from Africa to another continent. So what we are saying here, what mindset shift are we saying? We have a business case. First, lower the cost of transport. How do we lower the cost of transport? Address issues of taxes and charges, issues of air navigation charges at the airport. The visa fees, the visas are still very expensive in Africa. You can go to more than $200 to enter in a country in Africa. The fuel cost is another cost element. So once we have addressed those issues, we lower cost, we establish more passengers, we create trade, more tourism, investment, then we get our own African airlines to be stronger, create more jobs, and have a larger African market. Once we do this, we'll have created that meta-Africanism. The mindset shift number 3. We have various flagship programs as a continent. All these separated initiatives should be taken as one African ecosystem. As I said, we have the single African air transport market, we have the African Continental Free Trade Area, we have the Free Movement Protocol that my colleague just mentioned, we have the Digital Transformation Strategy. If we can bring all of these as one African ecosystem, then we'll have changed and we look at this as an enabler. So a route, if I give a practical example again, a route connecting Kigali to Lagos, then Lagos to Accra. This is a fifth freedom traffic route. It's going to create tourism, create jobs. But if we take the route, it's not about going to the airport. It's not about from Accra, from Nairobi to Accra, or from Addis Ababa to Abidjan. That route should be able to seamlessly connect. When you arrive at the airport, you should be seamlessly connecting to the payments, digital payment systems, connect to the tourism, connect to immigration, connect to the cargo and the logistics. Be able to create businesses along those areas. So once we have done that, we treat the Open Skies initiative not just as an aviation aspect, but in an ecosystem, an economic corridor, creating sustainable economic development. My last message is the Open Skies initiative should not be measured. The ultimate goal should not be measured by the number of the signatures, the number of commitments, but by the number of African citizens who can be able to afford to trade, to move, to do business, interact socially across our continent. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, engineer. Someday, hopefully, we can have $50 tickets or less between Accra and Lagos. There's no reason why there should be several $100s, but hope springs eternal. Let's now hear about the African Sovereign Credit Rating Agency, Ms. Ejigayu Tefera.
Thank you, Program Director. A slight modification to the name. It's the African Credit Rating Agency, just to get it right.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very pleased to be here. Let me also start by thanking the organizers for inviting the African Peer Review Mechanism to speak about this flagship initiative that we have been leading for the past 10 years. Sorry. Just a little bit of introduction of how the African Credit Rating Agency came into existence. African countries have been raising concerns about how their economies have been perceived, assessed, and priced by the global credit rating agencies. And these concerns have been discussed and debated over time by the African Union and different platforms that brings Africans together. And African Union subsequently gave the African Peer Review Mechanism a mandate back in 2017 to provide support to African member states in the era of credit rating agencies. And one of the areas of support, or the mechanisms of support that was then initiated by the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Economic Integration and Trade, was that we should explore the option of establishing an African Credit Rating Agency. There was several feasibility studies that was conducted by the APRM and our strategic partner, which is the UNECA, and I'm glad to see the AS is in the room as well. And it has taken us a decade to reach where it is now, and we are finalizing the form and shape of this institution. The agency is established as a private sector-driven, self-funded, and private sector self-sustaining institution. And this was done so because of, obviously, to protect the credibility, the independence of the institution. So yes, Africa is going to price itself. African countries have been paying extra premium for borrowing similar amount of money from the capital markets, and this has to change. And our African Credit Rating Agency, we will be able to build our own internal capacity to be able to assess our economies using our own data, and we will be able to interpret the data and the analysis in a more nuanced and more African-centric manner. And how does African Credit Rating Agency make a difference? It will minimize reliance on the external assessors. As we speak, we have about 75% of the ratings that are being issued on the African continents are being issued by the global credit rating agencies. And there is a need for a diversity of views, a diversity of opinion about African markets. And obviously, it will be a homegrown growing the African analytical capacity. So how does African Credit Rating Agency contributes to the development of the African capital markets? This morning, I was quite intrigued by the presentation, the speech that His Excellency Thabo Mbeki made to the effect that African countries own close to $4 trillion. You've heard that, it's $4 trillion in combined assets it's managed by African governments and African institutions. But that capital is not sitting in Africa. It's sitting outside of Africa and not being deployed in Africa, in African markets. So how do we encourage African countries, African institutions to be able to invest that capital back home? And the African Credit Rating Agency has that capacity to be able to tell the risk appetite and the risk in these institutions and be able to give that insights for investors and minimize the information asymmetry that exists between the investors and the African institutions. I don't know if it's... And eventually, I want to conclude by saying that the African Credit Rating Agency will not be, the success of this agency will not be measured by how many rating opinions that it will publish. It will be assessed by the capacity that it will be building and the depths of the analysis that it will have, and eventually its ability to maintain and retain African capital in Africa. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me and give me an indulgence for 5 minutes, because I want to break into these mindset altering initiatives and bring in Brian Kagoro, who's got to run. He's going to jump and speak from that podium over there. One of my favorite Africans, a firebrand speaker, managing director of programs at Open Society Foundation. He was supposed to speak this afternoon and frame this afternoon session on what the work that we have done and what is still left to do, and charge us and these young people in the room. Brian, no pressure. But after that introduction, you cannot disappoint us. Yes, sir. Whichever podium you prefer, up to you.
I think that's a setup. Even President Becky is wondering, what new things will Brian say? Let me surprise you, sir, that I have a new teacher. Friends, I think I apologize for interfering. I wanted to make 5 quick points. The first one is that even as we talk about mindset change, I want you to appreciate that the takeoff position is that it is a myth to suggest to anyone that Africa's challenges stem from cultural deficiency or geographic fate, as we heard this morning. But also that transformative mindsets address a component. They address agency. They don't, in and of themselves, address structure. So that essentially means we have to deal with 2 things concurrently. So one of the orthodoxies perhaps that we must be thinking about is, even as we think about corridors, whether it's Lobito and it's corridor or Abidjan-Lagos highway, we have to make sure that these corridors don't become, if you like, conduits, where goods only go out and they don't come back in. And this idea of a border economy as opposed to a bypass it will be very important as we discuss in the afternoon. Then there's the formalization paradigm. I think it's important to understand that integration must meet informal traders where they are. If you look at the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, it suggests that 60% of Nigeria's overall trade is through what we call informal trade. If you look at UNECA's study, it suggests that 30% and 72% of overall trade in Africa is within this category. And women constitute 70% of informal cross-border trade. So when President Becky was talking about massification, and when Prime Minister Desalegn talked about massification, I want us to think about 2 extremes. And the 2 extremes have one mediator, and that mediator is you. You constitute the African middle class. The one extreme is the African rural populace. The other extreme is the African wealthy. And you cannot get to the sort of transformative mindset if you continue to see the rural populace as dead capital. I like to remind people that most of Africa's extractive industries are in rural areas. Most of Africa's most functional agricultural large-scale farms are in rural areas. So the rural holds the wealth, the urban holds the ideas, the foreign control the wealth. The paradox in systems change and mindset change is how to turn those of us who speak good French, English, and Portuguese to understand that of necessity we had to see the rural as a space of non-achievement and the urban as a space of sophistication, and nowhere as the space of African wealth. And so we judged each other and ourselves on our deficiency of proximity to whiteness or to Europeanness or Americanness and now Asianness, but we never judged ourselves on our lack of connection to the source of our real wealth. That real wealth is in the land, it's in the soil, it's in the... So the 6 mindsets that must change for me are: the border is not a fortress to keep the Kagoros and others out and the foreign Africans out. The border must be seen as a market and an economy. And it's a travesty, ladies and gentlemen, that the poorest communities in Africa live in rural areas where the land and critical minerals are, or in border towns where most of our commerce is happening. If we heard the leadership this morning, they were saying the mindset shift also includes seeing yourself, seeing your value, seeing your country, seeing your continent, seeing your potential. And potential, as women will tell you, you fall in love with a guy at 18, makes a potentially good husband. You are with him as a husband, you are like, useless man, potentially good, something. The kids grow up, they leave. Well, so, okay, potentially good companion in old age. In old age, he's not yet showing up. Say, okay, we've been together for so long, he'll bury me, and the idiot dies before you. So I want to suggest that potential must always be kept in them. Number 2, mindset. Informal is not equals to illegal or equals to problem. Because of the high rates of unemployment, the solution is not simply formalization. We have to move the idea that the best African ideas are confined to a legally nondescript, criminalized, illegalized space. And that migration requires that those of you who are younger than all of us remember that this visa-free access we're talking about is not for purposes of only trying to find friends. It's trying to create collective wealth, which requires collective ideation. So it simply means informality is an opportunity. And what is the opportunity in African informality? Mindset 3, security is not purely about restriction. Security should be about intelligence. And we had this morning the ability to use, and Joy has just told us, to use data as the basis of intelligence. Number 3, infrastructure is not only concrete, these concrete blocks we build. Data is infrastructure. Ideas are infrastructure. And I want us to understand that the young people who built M-Pesa built an infrastructure for financial transaction. Infrastructure must be thought about as the things that enabled us to connect. Now, trade is not only for big business. Trade is for everyone. And I wanted to say, as we shift, informal is not a pathology. It is an adaptation to unworkable systems. As long as your systems are highly bureaucratic, ineffective, and inefficient, I'll tell you what will happen. Citizens will try and bypass them. That bypassing problem becomes corruption at the border. It becomes victimization. Friends, it essentially means I am asking that as we discuss trade, we don't look at sovereignty as exclusion, but we look at sovereignty as connection. And listening to Prime Minister Desalegn and President Mbeki this morning, isn't it a wonder that Nkrumah, Mandela, Albert Lutuli, and the generations before us were not so overly committed to boundaries defined by a couple of Europeans over whiskey that they were willing to kill each other over those identities. But they were willing to fight for an ideal called Africa, then Pan-Africanism, which means the unity of all persons of African descent wherever they are situated. In the arts and culture, for example, we dominate 90% of production and we control less than 10% of the wealth in arts and culture and in media. I want to suggest lastly that we are not going to have a mindset shift which does, if it does not have a narrative shift, it will be, I was going to use a term, it would have been inappropriate. I would like to say it's like the bride without the ring and the wedding dress. But I realized that it will be viewed as a bad symbol. So I would like, it's like the groom without, you can put the without for yourself. Let me suggest to you that true revolution is not outrage and indignation at empire. Let me repeat. The evils of empire, the machinations of empire, imperialism, neocolonialism, colonialism, the mindsets of white supremacy or any other supremacy is not going to end suddenly because Africans believe in Renaissance. We must hold two truths. A truth that there was historical injustice which may be continuing, and another truth that a generation stood up understanding that liberation is not simply removing the yoke of oppression, but liberation is removing the mindset that accepts that I cannot because of the woundedness that I carry, because of the injustice that has happened to me. For young people and the working class, for informal traders and rural producers, until and unless we increase the number of Africans moving across our borders. I've already told you that the increase in African trade was contributed to significantly by so-called informal trade. What does it mean? Informal trade alone, if we register it, we recognize it, it's likely to increase by 2.2% per annum our GDP. But what then happens to the formal trade? President Mbeki, I wanted to suggest that, because we learned very well from you, from your speech, I am an African, that when we say Africa trades, half the time we're not talking about African-owned, African-controlled firms. We're talking about foreign-owned firms that have naturalized themselves producing garments and other things in Africa and trading out of Africa. No, that's not my idea of African trade. My idea of African trade is companies owned by African women, companies owned by African young people, where they own and control equity are the ones trading. We will not move from informality to equity. We will not move from informality to equity until we realize one thing. Our leadership is an obstacle, but they are not the Alpha and the Omega. Let me repeat. Our leadership is an obstacle, but they are not the Alpha and the Omega. The responsibility of a young Thabo Mbeki at 13, the responsibility of a young Paul Kagame, the responsibility that says the odds are pitted against me, but liberation is never going to be a gift from people feeling bad, is an even bigger responsibility. Because as my friends, I want to say to you as I go, I have been repeating one proverb for the last 1 year, and people say, didn't your mother teach you other proverbs? I say, oh, no, she left me on this one, it was on comma. Right? Can I tell you what the proverb says? Yes. The proverb says, if a cat wishes to be a lion, it must lose its appetite for mice or rats. If a cat wishes to be a lion, it must lose. The politics of unpleasantness and pettiness that defines how we interact with each other, that defines our indignation at each other, our hatred and resentment of each other, whether on the basis of tribe or nationality, is so dominant that we are willing to align with people who are not interested in Africa's futures simply because we distrust and we hate our neighbors. This pettiness, this Premier League of pettiness, this obsession with mice and rats is a bigger threat than foreign armies coming to set up in Africa. We're pointing a gun at our own heads and we're shooting gleefully. It is called suicide. Epistemic suicide, economic suicide, structural suicide. African AU shared values, AU project and plans are not failing because the ideas are not there. They are failing because we are settling scores. Instead of behaving like eagles, we are behaving like chickens. My friends, it is the Nigerians who say, if you are a lizard in your own home, you can't be a crocodile anywhere else. What am I saying? Chickens do not see the big picture. They'll scrape where they are. Eagles will see the big picture. For African young people today, your Pan-Africanism or Meta-Africanism needs to be framed by four things. Number one, skill. My father's generation and my generation still went elsewhere to borrow skills in order to develop themselves. And our excuse is that we had been colonized, we had not built skills on time. If in 10 years' time, Africa is still borrowing skills from elsewhere, and it has not developed its own skills, then I can assure you, Agenda 2063 will happen, but not on our terms, on somebody else's terms. Because a good idea hasn't got a race or a nationality. It will be implemented by those who are discerning. It will be a pity if Agenda 2063, if PIDA President Ndebeki happens purely driven by consultants from elsewhere. And the children of Lutuli, the children of Sankara and Nkrumah are watching as their countries develop. They are not beneficiaries and they are spectators. My last proverb and goodbye with this one. Actually, it's not a proverb. In his frustration, Chinua Achebe said, we are not the children of Nigeria. And I want to borrow that. We're not the children of Africa. We are Africa's parents because the Africa that we want, the Africa that we deserve, has not yet been born. There will be a generation, there will be a generation that will say they met in Kigali at the Meta Africa conference. And they began the process of conceiving and giving birth to the Africa that we truly deserve. So as we dialogue, don't separate Meta and Pan. My own preference would have been to find something that keeps the Pan because it is about unity, and the Meta because it is about imagination. And to keep in mind Sankara's encouragement. Number one, it takes a degree of madness. The failure of my generation was that we wanted to comply with development orthodoxy, to comply with policy prescriptions. The generations that refused to comply, like Prime Minister Desalegn told you, achieved progress. Are you going to comply or are you going to be a mad person? Thank you.
Hang on, Brian, don't go. He said 4 things, but he only said 1. He said skill. You didn't say the other things.
All right. Number 1, it's skill.
Yes.
Number 2, it's network. The strength of being an African is in relationships. Tribalism, xenophobia, Afrophobia are constructed to kill the one strength that comes naturally to Africans, the ability to relate. We don't need to establish a golf club. We don't need to establish to relate to each other. Number 3. Now, network must have a worth to it, which is about net worth. If we only develop minerals and develop agriculture on the basis of national confinements defined by others, I'll tell you what truth it is. Nkrumah knew it, Tajuddin Abdul Rahim knew it, and you know it. None of our countries are viable miracles. Our countries' economies, our countries' resource base, human capital base are too small for us to play the game we want to play. Pan-Africanism or coming together is not an option. But number 4, Ubuntu, our humanity, our being humane, our ability to humanize each other. Now, let me correct. Ubuntu is not I am because you are. Ubuntu is because we are, therefore I am. Right? Mutuality, reciprocity. I will tell you why. Everybody else could afford to develop on the basis of cruelty. We can't. Because we've been through genocide in Rwanda. We've been through genocide in Namibia. We've been through colonial scourges in Southern Africa. We've been through wars that were unnecessary, mindless wars in Liberia. The only future we deserve is a future where we humanize each other, and our humanity goes beyond values to value, and our value creates commonwealth, and commonwealth is not created through scores, through grudge, through embarrassment. It's created through dialogue. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Brian Kagoro. Brian has a flight to catch. That's why I had to break into the program, because I thought you guys needed to hear that. Was I right? Thank you. And thank you for indulgences, Mr. Richard and Dr. Edem. And now we can go back to the final 2 mindset shifting initiatives. The Rwanda Cooperation Initiative with the CEO, Mr. Richard Niwenshuti.
Rwanda's transformation journey has been fueled by innovative homegrown solutions and good practices. In the aftermath of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, we set out to ensure that Rwanda's growth would be sustainable, inclusive, and leave no one behind. We invested in our most valuable resource, our people. Today, every child has access to free primary and secondary education. Every citizen has access to healthcare through a universal health insurance system. Life expectancy has increased from 31 years in 1995 to over 70 years today. With 96% financial inclusion and more than 90% community health coverage, we have redefined what it means to place citizens at the center of development. Our transformation is rooted in uniquely Rwandan solutions. Girinka, our 1 cow per poor family program, has uplifted more than 427,000 vulnerable households. Umuganda, our monthly community service, has strengthened both infrastructure and national unity. Through Irembo, our national e-government platform, Rwandans now access more than 240 services online, saving citizens over 120 million hours each year. We have also set a global standard for gender equality. Today, Rwanda ranks among the world's leading countries for women's representation and empowerment, with 63.75% of women in parliament, including actively participating in leadership and decision-making at every level of society. We have expanded opportunities for people with disabilities and continue to empower our youth to become the architects of tomorrow. Rwanda is ranked first in the World Bank's Business Ready Index, reflecting our commitment to creating a business-friendly environment that promotes investment, entrepreneurship, and growth. We have transformed our landlocked geography into a land-linked advantage, positioning Rwanda as a hub for business, innovation, and opportunity. This vision is reflected in Kigali Innovation City, a flagship initiative bringing together education, research, technology, and entrepreneurship to drive knowledge-based development. We have also invested in sports as a driver of youth empowerment, economic growth, and international engagement. At the same time, Rwanda continues to showcase its unique wildlife, culture, and natural attractions while strengthening its position as a preferred destination for conferences and events. Rwanda Cooperation shares the solutions and good practices that are driving Rwanda's transformation journey. We work with countries and institutions through study visits, training programs, research, advisory services, and project implementation support. Inspired by our culture and national vision, we combine experience, innovation, and excellence to deliver practical results. To date, we have worked with delegates from more than 70 countries and welcomed over 10,000 participants. Our digital systems such as e-tax, eFMS, IECMS, and e-procurement are already helping transform governance in countries such as Guinea, Eswatini, Chad, Jamaica, and beyond. We invite you to work with us as we exchange experiences and explore practical solutions in areas including e-governance, public finance management, community health, social protection, gender equality, public transport, and many other sectors that contribute to sustainable development.
Thank you very much. I thought I would not really do justice to explain about Rwanda's journey of 32 years in 5 minutes, and so I took advantage of the video. What am I trying to communicate? In understanding the theme of this conference, moving from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism, the key word that we understand from the Rwanda Corporation is the word do, act. And so over the last 32 years of Rwanda's existence, the story that you see here is a story that is full of articulation of vision, choices that were well put by His Excellency the President. It was a journey of choices. It was a journey of learning and unlearning, but it is still a journey of mindset shifting. And so through that understanding, but based on the understanding that the success of Rwanda is the success of Africa, the learning of Rwanda is the knowledge of Rwanda is the asset for Africa. The government of Rwanda established what we call the Rwanda Cooperation Initiative. What do? We merely support, engage, implement, and work together with countries in the Global South. As the video illustrated it clearly, so far we have different projects that we work with across Africa. But the key aspect here is that we learn from each other. For the last 7 years, we have interacted, engaged, and learned from each other. Over 10,000 delegations and 900 delegations from 70 countries. Out of these 70, 47 of them are from Africa. What do we share? We share the story. We share the experiences, the learning, the redoing, and the unlearning. The mindset shifting process that has required for us to move from where Rwanda was in 1994, post-1994 genocide, to where today we are. And the journey still continues. Distinguished ladies, what I wanted to confirm here is that Africa has capabilities. And Rwanda is one of those countries that is willing, through institutionalizing of this, to share these capabilities. So our echo here is to really say, can we turn into the capabilities of work with the continent? We have to build the confidence in what we have. Why do we look outside if we have solutions that can respond to our challenges? And so knowledge exchange is not demystifying sovereignty. In fact, knowledge exchange amplifies institutional performance. Rwanda has learned in the last 2 years and continues to learn. But what is most important here is that when you learn, you act. And it's important that we act in that. So 10,000 delegates that have joined us, some of them have taken lessons and we have moved into implementation of projects. Which projects are we implementing? In the 5 countries that have been mentioned, we have digital services that we have been rolling out purposely to support institution support, particularly between governments. In Benin, we worked on different projects, particularly on revenue collection and business registration. In Chad, we supported the development of the revenue collection system, but also the public financial management system. In Eswatini, we are now working together on financial management system, which is really about creating the tools and solutions that support efficiency in public financial management. In Guinea, we are working on procurement, and the project is midway into implementation. In Lesotho, we just held together and jointly, with the invitation of the Kingdom of Lesotho, the National Dialogue, which is the first accountability forum that has been established by the Lesotho leadership. And lastly, but beyond the continent of Africa, we're already working with Jamaica on digital tools, particularly the case management system. To end my presentation, my message here is 1, Africa has capabilities. Let us look inside. Why source solutions out of the continent? 2, let us collaborate. I think it has been talked about with all the previous speakers. We need to collaborate. Capacities in Ethiopia can respond to challenges in the banks of Conakry, Guinea. Capacities in South can respond to challenges in Sudan. We need to collaborate. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. 3rd, there is need for us to share knowledge and expertise. As I mentioned, Rwanda's journey has been learning, but now we're also able and willing to share through the institution of cooperation. 4th, we also need to measure the move. As I mentioned, Meta-Africanism is about doing. It's about making things happen. What we are putting out ourselves there is to say, whatever we can undertake together, as long as we can measure it, we can achieve it. 4th, build long-term institutional partnerships. We are building relationships with different institutions across the continent, twinning and supporting each other. And lastly, let us replicate proven African solutions and innovations on the continent. Distinguished Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now. Our message to everyone is that we can talk, but within the Meta-Africanism, we have to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And last but not least, let's hear about the Accra Reset with Dr. Edem Adogenu, Global Emissary for Accra Reset.
A very good afternoon, and standing on existing protocols, I will zoom right in and start by sketching a background of the journey of Africa, at least in the last 25 years, where some of the leaders we heard today, the Thabo Mbekis, the President Obasanjos of this world, of this continent, transformed Africa from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union, and eventually the Agenda 2063. And the inspiration behind that was that the leadership at the time needed the kind of mindset necessary to move Africa from the previous fight for unity, fight against colonization, fight against apartheid, to the fight for economic integration and economic transformation. So for a continent aspiring to integrate, aspiring to economically transform, and aspiring to emerge global, we needed a new mindset. And that mindset produced these leaders who have given us this platform upon which now we can stand on, and also be clear that there have been amazing successes. There are a lot of individual successes, and we all know Africans that have matriculated to higher institutions, who are leading global organizations, so that we all agree that it's certainly not a shortage of skill, capacity, among others. So what is it? 20 years after debt was relieved, 20 years after we discovered the bond market, 20 years after, the Africa Rising story that we all know, a pandemic comes and then Africa is back again where we were 20, 25 years ago. Or development assistance is withdrawn and then we are back where we were 20, 25 years ago. So clearly what it means is that there's been some fragmentation in spite of our individual successes, in spite of the great dams we built and the great institutions that we've emerged from. we're still not integrated as we are supposed to be. We're still pretty much fragmented. Africa, as it sits now, without doing anything to it, is comfortably a G7 country, if it were a country. So imagine if we're adding value. Imagine if we had those borders moving and we had goods and services moving. So Accra Reset was born out of that conviction that we have to reset the way we, not just our mindset, but also our focus and also the reality within which we operate with. The continent that produces, which is supposed to have the highest disease burden, happens to also be the continent that depends most on development aid for solving its health problems. There's something wrong with that logic, right? It defies logic. And so in the summer of last year, exactly a year ago, President Mahama and other leaders convened a summit in Accra to discuss, just like we're doing here, what are we going to do with this to fill the gaps that has been created by the cut on development financing? And the resounding consensus that came out of that meeting is that there has to be a reset of the whole global development order. Because in Africa's attempt to emerge global, there are things that are happening globally that also affect our ability to integrate locally. And so the Accra Reset was born out of that. And the Accra Reset then launched at the margins of the UNGA, constituted a presidential council. The council currently has about 12 presidents on the council. But the approach is different, which is that they have to look at a project that they can do together. They have to look at things within geoeconomic spaces and not just the geopolitical space, but more importantly also to look at three things. One, how do we take health, which no matter what we do, you can build all the planes and the cranes and things like this, we can have billions of dollars, but it has no value in a graveyard if we don't secure our health. So one of the things they've done is to set up the global network, or if you like, the high-level panel for global health reform. Because as much as we try to manufacture our own medicines and all of that, if WHO's pre-qualification does not give you the permits and all the things we need to be able to do that and create a kind of regulatory environment, we still will not be able to do that. So seizing the prerogative now to take the things we want to do require that we have a global conversation about some of these things that stand in the way of our ability to integrate. The Global Health Panel for Global Health Reform has just finished its work and will be launching its report at the UN General Assembly. And the recommendations that they will make, these countries that are part of the Accra Reset, and Accra Reset is not just countries in Africa, but also in the Global South, most of the countries that were part of the Bandung conference that took place about 50 years ago, with that same mindset of a continent with self-determination, will now begin to look at practical things. If Indonesia, for example, is able to negotiate with China to add value to its nickel, why can't DRC be doing the same with its critical minerals? What lessons are there to be learned and what exchanges are there to be done with that? So health reform is one of the key things in terms of governance and reform. The other flagship is really human capital. And one of the things that we're doing currently, which syncs with what we're doing with the Africa School of Governance, is on negotiation capabilities. How do we build sovereign negotiation capabilities? And then again, back to the challenges we've had. We have no shortage of negotiations that Africans have led, whether at the multilateral level, whether at the multinational level, or whether it's Africans in global institutions negotiating for those multinationals. But when it comes to negotiating for Africa, we go to the climate summit and 55 countries are negotiating on their own, Comoros seeking help for its isolation. We have Congo in terms of its, Nigeria talking about just transition, different countries negotiating for different things. How can we bring us together to negotiate together as a collective force? So the Africa School of Governance in partnership of Afro Champions under the Accra Reset has launched and signed an MOU towards building build capabilities for sovereign negotiators to come here to study. We're currently in the final stages of the curriculum development. First, to harness the great skills that exist in people who have negotiated deals, but we don't even know them. They don't even know where they are. The deals they negotiated to build the dam, for example. Can we learn from that? Can we customize and apply that? So sovereign negotiations and building a credentialed network of sovereign negotiators is also part of what we want to do under Accra Reset. And finally, we have the sovereign prosperity spheres, which includes in that a bit of what have been said about mobility, because without skills, without mobility, we cannot cross borders. But without skills mobility, even we're doing ourselves a greater disservice. We have lots of skills on this continent when we talk about demographic dividends, but we're still looking for jobs. Europe is looking, is against migration. In fact, there's a big migration crisis going on. But at the same time, they have an aging population that need our jobs. So they're looking for these skills, and the number of visa lotteries that have been done to take skills out of Africa, among others. And yet these are the same skills we need here. So we're launching the first skills mobility platform as part of Accra Reset, together with other global North countries who have come to say, we want to work with you together to build these global platforms. And again, at the UN General Assembly, we'll have the framework for the first e-visa program launched to show how Africans can move skills across the continent without necessarily having to move to these countries, using the kind of digital platforms that our youth and natives are already pioneering. So with that, I'd like to say that Accra Reset is here to demonstrate that Africa's global emergence is possible. Africa's global emergence is already happening because Africa is competing at the global stage already. What we lack is this cohesive power to be able to do not just the mindset shift, which is very important, mindset being that we live in a world of perpetual turbulence, and that we have to accept that that's the world we live in, and we plan like that. Focus shift, meaning that instead of looking for endless wish lists and targets, hoping that somebody else is going to fund our initiatives for us, we must create our own business models ourselves to finance these things. And then the reality shift being that no matter what we do, we're going to have to accept that there are going to be divergent views of how we see the world. Private sector will see the world different from public sector, the global north, the global south, but we still have to find a way of working together and move ourselves from dependency to sovereignty. Move ourselves from not sovereignty as isolation, but sovereignty as a discipline of delivery and execution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adam. And now we're going to give a big round of applause to my panel, the contributors. You may take your seats. I just wanted to make sure we have this nicely controlled over here. Thank you so much for your contributions and all the ways that you are contributing to this vision for meta-Africanism. Given everything we have heard so far, do you guys have thoughts? Do you have ideas? Do you have suggestions? Do you have frustrations? Do you have things you want to add or take away from what you've heard so far? No, you don't have anything to say? Ah, I see a lady there. You have a lot to say. Can we get a microphone to her real quick? This next session will include your voices, but your hand went up almost immediately. So please give her a microphone. Introduce yourself and say what you want to say. Closer, closer. We can't hear you.
Hi, my name is Nadra Ture. I'm founder and creative director of Radiance by Nadra. So I would want to touch based on what Her Excellency said, the Vice President of Ghana. So in terms of education, she talked about curriculums. And there's a pandemic in Africa now where most of the schools have adopted foreign curriculums.
Right.
And their classrooms and homerooms are named after leaders in the foreign lands, you get me? And these kids are introduced to these names as their classroom names. And we are talking about the reset and change. So if the policymakers, the Ministry of Education and what have you, is allowing these curriculums in the schools, because most of the schools that had the old curriculums are all switching to this new curriculum. And when you read their textbooks and their history books, it has absolutely nothing to do with Africa. So we as potential parents and parents here, if we are putting our kids in these schools, if these are the schools we have, how are kids going to be introduced to the African system for them to understand and adapt and also bring up the change that we deserve?
Okay.
And
you have something else to say real quick. Real quick. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry. And I believe that, yes, very few of us, because Africa is very huge, and a few of us here have the privilege to be here. But when you go to the grassroots, there are 1,001 people that norms are formed based on cultures and things that has happened over the years, and it becomes normal and people stick to it. How are we going to get to the grassroots? So I think it's our responsibility as everyone here to take up that initiative, go back to our communities, go back to our societies, and be the change makers before we could, and take it up from there, I mean. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. I see a couple more. Hang on. Hold your horses. I'm just going to introduce a few people here. We'll have a chance to hear from more of you in the crowd. It's not meant to be just people speaking from up here. I want it to be a real intergenerational dialogue. So we're getting to the first of our intergenerational dialogues. This one is on from vision and ambition to institutions, execution, and integrated markets. So what's already happening, what needs to happen, and where are the bottlenecks. So please join me in welcoming our panelists for this across generations. I'm going to mix and match them. Dr. Kofo Basanjo, author and African policy writer, also global supply chain and transformation leader. Dr. Basanjo, she's right there. Her Excellency Fatoumata Jallow Tabajang, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. Her Excellency Monica Gangos, the third First Lady of the Republic of Namibia and founder and chairperson of Leadership Lab Yetu. His Excellency Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat. Oh, I forgot, I have two more. Stay with me, stay with me. Mr. Lennon Munyai, coordinator of the African Peer Review Mechanism Youth Network. And Ms. Karen Wakoli, founder and CEO, Emerging Leaders Foundation. Okay. No, okay, I'm just gonna scoot over here. Excellent. I'm going to start with you, Wamkele, because we were hearing a lot of the mindset shifting initiatives already, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is this audacious dream that we can break down our borders, break down our silos, and be able to trade with each other like the rest of the world does. So could you give us a progress update? Where are we right now? What is still left to be done?
Well, thank you very much. First, let me thank the government of Rwanda for hosting us. And I want to thank in particular former Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn and His Excellency President Kagame and our leaders that are still here. The idea of the AFCFTA started in May 1963. The Organization of African Unity, our founding mothers and fathers, declared that our continent cannot remain fragmented politically, but also economically. One can argue that with the end and the defeat of apartheid in my home country, South Africa, the political objective was achieved to push back colonialists. But the economic sovereignty of our continent evaded us since then. The very first meeting that I attended, I was a junior official in the Ministry of Trade to discuss economic integration through a legal instrument, was in Accra in 2006. So you fast forward to Kigali, 2018, in this room actually, where the agreement was signed. So we have almost 7 decades of an absence of progress in economic integration, as was expressed in the founding instruments of the Organization of African Unity. We now have 50 countries that have ratified the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. As of the year 2024, we recorded $220 billion worth of intra-Africa trade. All of the legal instruments that the heads of state said we must negotiate and agree to, they have been negotiated and agreed to. So, de jure, we have achieved the objective. Politically, we have achieved the objective, but the market remains fragmented. Now, what does that mean for a small medium enterprise in Ghana that seeks to export to Kenya? It means that you still continue to face barriers related to trade finance, transport and logistics, the cost of infrastructure. So we have made progress politically and at law. But we also have very, very deep challenges of fragmentation that existed over many, many decades that we now have to overcome. We are seeing big and small economies in Africa actively trading under the AFCFTA. Rwanda is one of them. In fact, was one of the first countries when we piloted the trading under the rules of the AFCFTA. So we have made progress, but I want to stress that the opportunities and the measure for our success is not just trade flows or enhanced trade flows amongst African countries. The measure should be inclusiveness as we implement the agreement, the opportunities that we create for young people. It has got to be also the extent to which the agreement contributes to accelerated industrial development of our continent. So it is quite frankly a mixed report of progress, but also much work remains to be done.
Why is this fragmentation so deeply entrenched when I think almost everyone understands that as a market, Lesotho or the Gambia, you're too small, and yet you're potentially have access to a market of over 1 billion people across the continent? This should be a no-brainer, but those barriers just won't break down.
Well, in part, we were discussing it this morning in the holding room, in part because of the mindset. And this is why the discussion here is so critical. We as Africans have got to change our mindset. We have in Uganda next door, to give you an example, Uganda produces about 1 billion liters of excess milk per year. And yet there are some countries that continue to import milk from outside of the continent.
Right.
We have countries that produce wheat, for example, but we continue to import it from outside of the continent. So we've got to, in addition to the trade rules that facilitate the trade and make it more efficient and cost effective, we must have a mindset shift to accept that African products that are produced in our continent are as good as products that are produced anywhere else in the world, and be willing to import or export products that are produced in a single market in Africa, including, by the way, on the digital economy.
Right.
And so I think we have a significant challenge in this mindset shift. And here, and I will end on this segment, I will remind us what President Kagame said previously, and that is that nobody owes Africa development. Our own development is in our hands. We won't be able to deliver on an improved economic condition of our continent if we remain fragmented and if we don't utilize trade as an instrument for job creation, making opportunities for young people, SMEs. It has got to be delivered. Our own enhancement of our condition must be delivered, amongst other tools, through trade in this case.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the former vice president, because you're no longer in leadership, so you can speak more freely. It won't upset people. It won't cause a diplomatic incident as when you were in power. You had Brian say earlier that our leaders are an obstacle in Africa. And I feel many Africans would agree with that, that we know what needs to be done. We say the right things at conferences like this, but then we never implement them. We even sign on to treaties about open skies and visa openness and all of those things, and then they never get executed. Now that you're no longer in power, do you share the same frustration, or what do you need to have that mindset change?
I want to recognize our uncle, President Becky, our brothers here, and then I stand on all other protocols. I believe that we have to start from ourselves in changing from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism. My story is quite an interesting one, perhaps not unique, and that's why I started my leadership. I was married young at the age of 15. When everybody thought I had lost the opportunity to success, I decided to transform my mindset from the bright child with 4 children to going back to the class and working hard, bringing along young people, bringing along young women particularly. And I may focus on that because I refuse to call the young people future generation. I believe they should be co-authors of us working alongside with us to learn and unlearn as we also learn and unlearn. So eventually, with that mindset, I became a United Nations official. I worked for the United Nations for 20 years. And then I thought perhaps just being comfortable with the United Nations, good salaries, good incentives, when my country was going through a lot of political crisis, I decided to work as a politician. So I did not wait for people to call me, and women here in this hall, never wait for the men to call you. You have to create your own niche, create your niche and work along with them. So I then went back to work for my country as Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Women's Affairs. And because I was working under a junta regime, when I called myself and I practiced democracy, I decided to leave that regime and went back to the United Nations. Learned and unlearned and came back and became, from the bright child, I became vice president of my country. As women, we are left behind, and that's why Africa is not moving. You're leaving 70% of human capital, 70% of women who you give $5 and they feed a family. You're leaving women who have ingenuity, can bring up their children, educate their children the right way, socialize them in the right way. And then we sit in the halls and sign. We are good at signing. Africa has blueprints. The issue is, and the challenge is, we need to really transform our minds to really implement. When I was in government, my frustration was that, yes, you go to cabinet, you discuss issues, the next cabinet is, we have to set up a committee, the committee has to write reports and so forth. And as a leader, what I decided to do, and finally I was able to really help other people to have a new mindset, which is implementation. When we have decisions in cabinet, when I chair, I tell them I give you deadlines. And the deadline is from reports. I want you to report next cabinet meeting that if we are saying we are repairing a pothole, the pothole is there and there is light. So you have to be pragmatic, and you have to have also, you have to be bold enough. The issue of saying cronyism, he's my cousin, he's my brother, should not happen. We need to have strong institutions, accountable institutions. And my frustration was also that we didn't have systems that can ensure that people were accountable. Systems like here in Rwanda. My Rwandan daughter was explaining to me how the legal system works. You have systems, if you don't work, the other person doesn't work. And it is the same system that would rate you as to what your performance is, whether you are below or above, and you are held accountable. So accountability is very important. Knowledge, my other frustration is that leadership. Leadership, as our brothers have said today, Paul Kagame, Excellency Paul Kagame, and Tomombeki and Brother Hail Mariam. Leadership is very important. You cannot have a blind leading a blind. You need to have the vision, you need to have the knowledge, and you need to have the commitment to transform not only your mindset, but the mindset of your communities. Today, as a bright child, I have, because of my frustration, I don't call it problems, because if it is problems, I drown with them. My mom always says, you have to look at things, challenges, and you transform those challenges to opportunities. What I have done is to really sit with people, communities, civil society, and the media fraternity to register my own political party called Democratic Renaissance Party. And Renaissance, I borrowed it from the point of view and inspiration that Africa needs to move from really struggling, being a lame duck, leaving those stakeholders that are important in decision making, and having my own political party where I can have the vision to inspire, as a leader, what I want to do is not to micromanage, but to inspire and to empower. Today, my evidence is I'm coming here with an executive assistant, young lady, Nafisa Tutambajang. I'm also coming, my grandson is in the hall, who wanted to go back way, and I was able to influence him to transform his mindset to come to Rwanda. I chose Rwanda because Rwanda, the soil of Rwanda did never change. The geography of Rwanda never changed. What changed is the leadership, and what changed is the vision, and what changed is the accountability of the people and the knowledge of the people. So I call on all of you never to lose hope, never to despair. Continue working for your country, continue to contributing to the solutions. We have the blueprints. And my frustration is also the Africa Trade Agreement, signed in 2018. How many women businesses are waiting for the money to be disbursed? $3.4 trillion, 2018 to now, compared to what my brother has said, implementation is below standard, so we need to work up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Like I said, I'm mixing and matching generations here, so I'm going to go to Karen. What's your grand idea of everything we've talked about? You have one thing you think is we need a mindset reset.
Hi, everyone. Hello. I feel like I have one, and thank you for that question. I feel like I have one idea. It is so practical, and it will give us the solution we want to see. And I'm actually happy that over 80% of the audience is young. I am happy about that. And the people who put this conference together are also young people. I am happy about that. Now, many leaders have spoken, and they have mentioned and listed the challenges we face. At one point in my life, I was young.
What do you mean at one point?
I was, according to the...
Have you been a member of the ANC for 70 years?
Oh, but I was a member of a political party, which I quit very fast. And when I was young, I remember some of the challenges we were talking about in the corridors of the African Union, pushing African governments to change how they were investing and doing all those things within the African continent. And I got frustrated, and right now, those are the challenges we're talking about. They are deeper right now, corruption, all these things. But guess what? I have evidence that if only leaders, and especially the younger generation, the older generation, many of the older generation have actually failed us. But for the younger generation, if only we can do the inner work. Because when you look across the continent, our different African countries, we have political class, the business elite, we have presidents and all these people who are actually plundering public resources, enriching themselves, amassing land, resources, destroying public institutions, and we're left with nothing. But guess what? The reason is because they feel that the moment I am able to amass as much wealth as I can, have titles, have red carpets before me, there's a sense of self-worth and dignity that comes with that. Oh my goodness, that is the biggest lie. And for the younger generation, let me share something. Africa owes you nothing. Africa owes the younger generation nothing. The world owes us nothing. And age is not something really powerful or criteria for leadership. And I've seen many times and many places we say, oh, we need young people to take up leadership roles. That's amazing. And that is actually the work I do. But just having young people or just having women in positions of leadership without integrity, without character, without competency, they will keep producing the same old results that we have seen from one generation to another. And so we need leaders who know who they are. We need leaders who understand their skill level, their capacity, their competency. And for the older generation, are we able to pass on the baton to the younger generation and provide proper mentorship in values and leadership? Because that is what counts. We look at institutions, and institutions are really big and critical in terms of leading change and shifting the African mindsets and getting us to be prosperous. But it's the people who lead institutions. And institutions take on the character of the people at the top. And so if we are not able to nurture a critical mass of leaders who believe that leadership is about service, it's about making best of the opportunity to transform the lives of the people that we lead, then we have really lost it. So it's about shifting the thought process about what leadership is about. It's about strengthening our institutions. It is so important. Somebody seated behind me was talking about the fact that in some parts of the world, we have some really bad leaders, but they are controlled by the institutions they lead, the policies, the structures that are set in place. So for us in Africa, we need that critical mass of young leaders who have character and integrity. We need strong institutions, and we need to shift our mindsets that leadership is not about wealth and titles and all these trappings of power. Leadership is about service. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. And speaking about service, you're sitting next to somebody who has a leadership lab. Her Excellency Monica Gangos, you've been in the private sector and the public sector. You're still not done. You're still motivated. When she's younger than you, but she sounds jaded. She's given up on African leadership. You have not.
No, no, no. Oh my goodness, I have not given up on African leadership. I actually believe these young people and the people seated in this room are the answer. I am so hopeful.
Okay, she's hopeful. I think it's working.
So, yes, so we founded Leadership Lab and brought it to Kigali for the same reason all of us are here today. And I think you said it, Catherine, it's about who leads something. I think President Kagame and co-founder Prime Minister Haile Mariam, we're here because of you. We believe in you, the individuals. So Leadership Lab came here to Kigali. Namibia has also got incredible leadership. Let me make that clear. But we came to Kigali because there's an individual at the top who models what he speaks. He says what he does. But more than that, it's also about the institutions and the people he's put into those institutions. And this is important because it is about succession. I think as we look at electoral outcomes, as we look at losing leaders as incumbent office bearers, like happened in Namibia, as we see coups, the one thing that we have to ask ourselves is what happens after this leader? And if leaders have to do anything, is protect their legacy by making sure that the institutions they build survive them. So it is about succession. It is about the strength of institutions, but we are in Kigali because it's not just the individual, the ideas and the institutions, it's also the ecosystem that has built itself like the Africa School of Governance. So we want to be part of that ecosystem. Larry, we saw that there's about 250 of these type of leadership fellow programs across the continent. I don't think it's enough because I think the scale and the complexity of our leadership issues means we must build as many of them. And my wish, Francis, is that we break the silos and we coalesce around the Africa School of Governance, because we must stop the leakages. We must increase the speed at which we produce leaders. The second thing that strikes me is freedom fighters know each other. My husband, who was the president of Namibia, knew President Mbeki very well. They were in exile together in Lusaka. They carried passports, Sierra Leonean passports, Nigerian passports, Senegalese passports, because they were stateless. So when they became presidents, they had chemistry amongst each other. I think there was a class of presidents. There was a time we had presidents like President Mbeki, Bouteflika, Obasanjo, Chissano, a couple of presidents, Meles, who spoke for the continent and who respected themselves and were respected. And we heard a comment from Prime Minister Hailemariam earlier about our current leaders. And I don't want to repeat that comment, but I saw President Kagame start to laugh. But part of the challenge of this cohort of leaders, there doesn't appear to be the type of chemistry we saw in that A-team of the Mbekis. They don't listen to each other. They even beef each other sometimes on social media. So how do we build chemistry amongst future leaders? It's through convenings like this, where we know each other, we understand the values that we need to drive. A question was asked earlier about where were you when you were 20 years old? What were you thinking about? We had to look into the past. I was looking into the future. In 20 years' time, where will I be? If I'm alive, God willing, I'll be 74 years old. Please don't take out your calculators and that's not fair. When I'm 74 years old, 1 in 4 of the global population will be African. And it begs the question that was asked by Dr. The African Development Bank president. He asked a question about how do we develop productive capacity? So with 1 in 4 Africans, by the time, in 20 years' time, by the time I'm 74, are going to be African, what are we doing to develop that productive capacity today? And that brings urgency to the discussion, Larry. And if that isn't a rallying cry, then I don't know what is. If that's not the pressure that we have, then I don't know what is. Brian said that our leaders may be obstacles, but they're not the alpha and omegas, meaning there are things we can do right now ourselves. We don't need anybody's permission to lead, to transform, to change. And we must stop asking for that permission. Thabo Mbeki wasn't asking the Boers politely to let go of South Africa. Nobody was speaking politely to colonial leaders. And we shouldn't demand that of young people. This respectability politics of speak politely. Nobody has achieved anything, and power doesn't concede without a demand. So I think this generation has to define its demand very clearly.
Right, I think some people, thank you, Dr. Gengos. I'm sure some people will have questions about, you've seen this leadership up close. Your husband, the late President Gango, was an incredible African leader and a great man. So you can ask your questions later, but your dad was mentioned, Dr. Kofo, so I wanted you to jump in here. And he was called part of the A-team of African leadership, and there's a reason why, to date, he's still the statesman that we look up to in lots of ways.
So I would like to just say thank you for the invitation. My father can't be here, and you referenced him, so that's why I'm bringing him into my answer. So I consider myself to be what I would describe as the sandwich generation. We're talking about the transition from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism. My father, as has been said many times, was one of the original Pan-Africanists. And I feel that for me, when we think about transformation and evolution of Africa, where Pan-Africanism and Meta-Africanism really matter, I also look to the future. So you were saying earlier that you look to the future, and in 20 years' time, you'll be 74. In 20 years' time, I'll be 70. So you can take the calculator and do the maths. So I feel sandwiched between my father, who may look back and say, what have we built? What's this Pan-African story? And the Pan-African story is not finished. And that's why I liked what Brian said when he said, look, don't write off Pan-Africanism just yet. It's not done. But my generation is looking now and saying, what can we repair? What can we renew? What must we preserve? And then I've got my children, I've got 2 children, they're 18 and 15, and they will be asking us, and you said, we're sitting in Kigali now, 10 years hence, what are you leaving us? What is the inheritance that they can expect? So for me, that's what this whole thing is about. And as an African in diaspora, my children are dual UK and Nigerian nationals. So for me, transformation for Africa absolutely means creating an Africa that gives them choice. Choice is so important because I want my children to think and feel that they could either stay in the UK to raise their families and build their lives and create, or choose to return to Nigeria or anywhere else in Africa and have the same choice and optionality. And I feel that this journey that we're talking about, this evolution, Pan-Africanism, Meta-Africanism really should support that. So that's the passion for me. I also want to link this to diaspora. I'm an African in the diaspora. And it's important that as we think about the mechanism and the evolution, we also remember Africans that might not be sitting here now, but are part of not just the ecosystem. I consider the diaspora as one of Africa's greatest strategic assets, not to be reduced just to either brain drain and waste or remittances and wallets. The diaspora as Africa's strategic assets is about circulation. So as an African in the diaspora, for me, the importance of circulation is really that the diasporan African can contribute, and it's not a binary leave or return. So I don't think about diaspora as they've left. It's about diaspora that is in circulation and can move capital, can move networks, can move knowledge, and that Africa as a continent can harness that power. Question back to the talk around institutions. So you've both talked about institutions. A key question in my mind, and I think one that this Meta-Africanism movement needs to consider is, do we have the institutional capability, the absorptive capability to receive what Africans in the diaspora are able to contribute? So that's my response to that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kofo Obasanjo. And last but not least, Lennon from the Africa Peer Review Mechanism Youth Forum.
Thank you very much.
Youth Network.
Thank you so much, Larry. First, I would like to recognize President Mbeki. I'm a young man and I grew up influenced by his work and inspired by him. So to speak in front of him is it's a great honor. I also want to thank the Africa School of Governance for inviting us here and making sure that the majority of participants here are young people. Also want to recognize my CEO, Ambassador Marie Antoinette Roscat. We call her Mama CEO. And thank her for the work that she does in promoting youth development. The first thing that I want to raise here is the issue of the chemistry you spoke about, Your Excellency. Young people on the African continent that I work with, they are here, majority of their leaders. The Pan-African Youth Union is here. The Africa Youth Hub is here. The Africa Youth Connect is here. Ikoyaka that supports the ACFTA is here. We are in the rooms now. Over the past few years, there's been a lot of tokenism, there's been a lot of decoration, there's been a lot of consultations, but the time for us to take action is now. So as one big message, while we're here in Kigali, one of the cleanest cities in Africa, what is it that we can take as a key action area? And I want to take out this service passport that I use working for the African Peer Review Mechanism. Now, 10 years ago, President Kagame and President Idris Deby, the late, they unveiled this passport. When they unveiled it 10 years ago, they thought that it would then make Africans move, but we only have 4 countries that have signed and ratified the Free Movement of People Protocol. We need 15 countries to ratify this so that it comes to force. I think one key action we can take as young people is to push our governments so that they ratify this, so that there's free movement of Africans, because the inter-Africa trade that sits below 20% is one that's going to create jobs for us if it comes up. And those jobs will be created when goods that move with people are actually moving around. The ACFTA then becomes something that we're shelving if we don't move as Africans. Now, the second thing that I'm going to ask is all these normative frameworks and policies that President Mbeki outlined. One of them is the African Youth Charter. This year it turns 20 years of youth development on the African continent. It's also 10 years since the African Union said we must harness the demographic dividend through investments in youth. But if we look at it, how many of you that are here have university degrees but are unemployed? I work with all of you, I know. Majority of you are in waithood. You're waiting for a chance. So, to our leaders, it's time now not to move away, but to create a bit more space for young people to have a bit more power. And to young people, let's take inspiration from the youth of Kenya that protested when they were not happy. Larry, you were there. The young people of South Africa that stopped the fees increments. The young people in Nigeria that said, let's end SARS. And all other young people that come together and fight. Ours now is a fight for economic freedom. And I call upon us, really, one last call is to open up Africa so that we can trade amongst each other, so that we can be integrated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lennon. The time here says 00, but I promise to take some audience questions, feedback, interactions, whatever. So if you can be short, so we can get as many as possible, please don't give a speech. Can we agree with that? No speeches. Sounds good? Yes. Awesome. Who has a microphone? If you have a microphone, raise your hand. We'll get one to you. We'll get some interactions here. You can push back on what they said. You can ask them something. You can add your own thoughts. Pick somebody. Yeah, there's a lady right next to you. Right here. Yes. Introduce yourself and get to the point. Please stand if you don't mind.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Efrat Abatius. I came from Ethiopia. I'm SAYOF ambassador to the AU in Ethiopia. My question is, we're thinking of going from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism, changing our mindsets, going from solidarity thinking to execution, right? So for execution, we need national execution, domestic level execution, and local courts and ports as well. So how can we make this a domestic priority is my question.
Thank you. How can we make this a domestic priority? Are there other microphones? I see a lot of hands. Just move around and pick somebody so we can get this quickly. And we need to get some microphones in this side of the room as well. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity again. My name is Dennis Remigio from South Sudan, and a student here at Ines Ruhengeri. My question is directed to our mothers in the panel. We have seen His Excellency Paul Kagame and His Excellency, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. They have gone ahead with the initiative to found ASG, Africa School of Governance. Now it is their tangible identity or achievement as transformative leaders. So you here today with a lot of young girls and women, what are you going to do for them?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's not a gender-related issue, but what are you going to do for them?
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tashea Naidu, and I'm a PhD candidate from South Africa and a content creator. So I just want to go back to the last session a little bit. We speak about African liberation, integration, and economic sovereignty, yet South Africans, specifically Africans, are still expected to pay visa fees to enter other African countries in US dollars. Now, while many of our currencies are already significantly weaker against the dollar, pricing African mobility in USD makes intra-Africa travel even more expensive and inaccessible to ordinary Africans. Are we not perpetuating the very economic dependence we say we want to dismantle?
Right.
And how can we speak about an African mindset reset without actually addressing that contradiction?
Thank you so much. When they don't charge in dollars, they charge in euros, like Cameroon. I think it's like 235 euros, single entry visa. We got to do better. Like I said, I'm naming and shaming. I'm in my house, come and beat me. Okay, yes, so let's get a question in the middle. Sir, behind you. There's a microphone behind you. It's on. Just lift it closer to your mouth.
Afternoon.
There we go.
Thank you very much. My name is Wisdom Wiel Malukwiel from South Sudan. I'm also a student here in Rwanda. So my question is, today we have seen that leadership has done a lot of transformation across Africa, but we are always discouraged as young people from joining politics. We are told, go and study medicine, go and be a doctor. You also go and do other things like engineering, while leaving areas of interest like leadership and good governance. Our parents are interested in sending us to those other courses while leaving leadership where decisions are made. So as our people, what is your advice to our parents, and why do we always need good leaders while we are sending us to do engineering, medicine? How will a doctor come now and make decisions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wisdom. I think somebody said politics is too important to be left to politicians, right? Okay, I can take probably 3 more. So, sir, you're already standing. This man stole my look. You'll see when he comes up on the screens.
Thank you so much. My name is Asimo Derek. I'm from Uganda, Makerere University. Since morning I've been here waiting for the elephant in the room to be addressed. But seems like it's going to be addressed tomorrow. Now, there is no way we are going to achieve meta-Africanism. Yet, within our individual countries, we are still fighting. We have institutions like the African Union. When we are fighting internally, and we report to the African Union, they are doing nothing about this one. There is no way we are going to cooperate with other countries such that my cooperation with another person, we work together and become one, yet the institution that is supposed to bring harmony and collaboration is just a barking dog which cannot bite. We are in a country, for example, in Rwanda, and I'm in Uganda, over a small political disagreement, the borders are closed. We are not doing business. If we can still fight just on border level, how are we going to achieve the meta-Africanism that we are here for? As inside our countries, we need to first accept and collaborate within ourselves such that we can make a bigger collaboration. Now, in that sense, as I conclude.
Sebo, no speeches.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I can take, I feel like, where have I not taken a question? At the back there. If you can go up the steps directly opposite me, we want to take a question at that level. Oh my goodness. There's a lady here. You take a question to the lady here, and then we'll go at the back.
Ooh.
Guys, we have 2 days. Everyone will have a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My
Hi.
name is Denedin Mileti Felicia. I'm from Chad. I'm a student, a content creator, and I also work here in Rwanda. So my question is, As a leader, we're supposed to serve and also know who we are so we can lead better. But in a society where, especially ladies, we're defined in so many ways, and we have been, so when we grow up, we have already been told what we should do, and there's a lot of definition of who we are supposed to do. How do we find our way in all those things?
Yes, yes, we got your question. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Sorry, my first language is French. So.
No, we understood. You could have asked it in French as well. En français?
Oui. Ok, donc ma question c'est, pendant que la fille et les femmes sont
Because women are defined in one way or the other in society from their little age. How can we be able to find our own voices and then find a definition that really functions for ourselves? Meanwhile, we have a lot of definitions that are being imposed to us. Thank you very much.
Somewhere at the back. I need the microphones to go that way, up here, so we can hear from people there, and then we're going to have to wrap it up. I think.
Okay. Greeting from Tanzania.
Okay, if you have a microphone, speak.
Greeting from Tanzania. My name is Piros Kamvanda. And basically, I don't have a question, but I have an opinion. I have seen a lot of speakers being on board, and they're speaking different ideas. But I would like to say one thing. Young people, we are on board about the idea of Pan-Africanism. Young people, we have ideas about how we are changing our world from this Africa that is so much not independent to Africa that is much independence. But the question is, as leaders, are you on board? Because I think we should change this conversation of meta-Africanism to our leaders. Young people, we are on board. But often people who are speaking about this topic are not be heard. We are not be given opportunity. Young people who are pushing the Western agenda are given opportunity inside our government. Maybe it's because you guys are looking forward to comply, but how are we going to survive? You see, young people are changing idea from the idea of Pan-Africanism to Western ideas because we are looking to survive. But it's not like things that we believe on. We are believing in Africa that we can build, but we are not given a chance. Now the question is, our leaders, do you believe we can work with our fellow Malawian, Zambia, and Kenya, or do you believe in Chinese people? We want to ask you. Do you really believe in the system of money that has been created by African young leaders? Or we believe in system of banking and finance that is created from Western country? It is you who are failing us. Young people, we are on board. Thank you.
Hey, I love
Larry, do we get to answer any of the questions?
I want to take the final two so we answer them in one go. We don't have several rounds. Asante sana dada, nashukuru. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Larry. I almost spoke with my voice because you were not choosing me.
I beg, no vex, my brother.
I won't. My name is Fode Bangura, and I'm from the Republic of Sierra Leone. I study at the African Leadership University. Thank you so much. I love you all as well. We're Africa. My question would be, I think my question is centered around the theme, right? We've not achieved Pan-Africanism. The ideals and foundations of Pan-Africanism were just there, but we never built from it, right? So my question is, why should we move from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism? Why not move along? So the theme could be with Pan-Africanism and Meta-Africanism, because we still need political solidarity. We are yet to achieve that at all in order to move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fode. I'm going to have to leave it there for now because we have other sessions coming in, but I appreciated hearing all those voices and the good regional representation from Chad, from Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Uganda, South Africa. Thank you so much. In your final comments, you can take any of the questions as you wrap it up, hopefully really quickly. Dr. Obasanjo, you want to go first?
Yes, I'm happy to go first. And I want to take, I think it was Wisdom that asked the question, why are parents pushing their children to study all sorts of...
But not politics.
But not politics. And you said, Larry, that politics is too important to leave to politicians. I'm going to tell you my personal story, and hopefully that helps you to understand, or at least maybe gain a view of how you can still contribute regardless of whether you have a degree in politics or not. So my background is originally in science. So I trained in science, and what that did for me was to give me the tools to interrogate evidence, to ask questions about mechanisms, not just accept anything on face value. Then I've progressed from that to working in global industry. And what global industry enables me to do is to understand that there is a gap between execution and strategy. So there's been lots of talk on this panel, on this stage, about the gap between ambition and the Africa we deserve, the Africa we want to see transformed. So having that experience enables me to bring that systems thinking into this conversation that we're having. So what I'm describing here is what I would call epistemic diversity. That, whether you've studied one thing or the other, doesn't matter. You can still bring that knowledge, that interdisciplinary thinking, that systems thinking into the solution. And on top of what I've just described, I've studied international relations at the London School of Economics and Political Science, and that has informed my thinking even further. So I've broadened that into institutions. We're talking about institutions a lot today, about systems, about capabilities. And then I run marathons. So you might see I'm wearing trainers on my feet. It's not just for show. It's because I've had surgery on my feet. But even that...
How many marathons have you run?
Yeah, I do.
You ran with 16 marathons?
I've completed 19 marathons.
Oh, wow.
So we will not make this about a sports conference. But the point is, every aspect of your life can inform the politics. And I'll tell you why. So for me, as an African in diaspora, I'm intentionally investing heavily, intellectually, in this African project. So don't lose heart that you haven't studied politics. You can use whatever it is you learn. It's the learning that is important, and input that into building and contributing successfully to the African project.
Former VP, I wanted to ask you about the lady said that society teaches women, especially African women, that this is how you must live and this is what you can be. And stories like yours are not common, where you got married early and then went on to have a career at the United Nations and then up to vice president in your country. How can they figure out how to chart a path like yours?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to remind myself as an African, I had made an oversight of not recognizing the School of Governance, which of course has a special place in my heart from its inception to now, and I'm really grateful to Patrice and Their Excellencies Paul Kagame and Haile Mariam for establishing the school, because I think this is legacy building. This is a responsibility of us leaders to leave something behind that will make us satisfied in terms of knowledge, because what you need is knowledge. Leadership, you have to have the knowledge. In having the knowledge, the vision comes, and having the vision, you have that passion to really inspire young people. For the daughter who asked the question, is that you have to refuse being relegated a job or an education. I was supposed to be a gynecologist. I was very good at school in science, and my vocation, my passion was to become a gynecologist because I saw so many women, predominantly were Muslims, and would rather prefer to have a female deliver their children rather than male. Unfortunately, fortunately or didn't for me, I was married young, and for 5 years I was just a full-time mother, full-time housewife. But I kept on continuing that passion to really improve myself and look at other domains where I can educate myself and also inspire other young women to educate themselves. So you don't have to limit yourself. If your mother or your parents want you to be a doctor, you have to look at the world, the trend today. You have to be versatile. Even if you are a doctor, try to see how much you can create space for yourself to work in the community. Politics is not just, leadership is not just being a political leader or being a vice president or president. You can be a leader everywhere you are, in your communities, in your clubs, and also particularly for women, you have a responsibility when you have children young. When I had my children, I am bringing another child here. When I had my children, I said, well, this is why it's important. If you educate a woman, you educate a nation. You educate a man, you educate an individual. So what happened to me, I decided will never happen to my children. So continue, everybody has a dream. Pursue your dream and try to see how much you can network with your colleagues and how much you can also network. For me, I feel shy when people say vice president. I want to be a mother that can be accessible to Africa. I have been around the continent, mediating peace, supporting people, young people, and also encouraging them to go back to school. When I started to have my political party, people say, oh, she's old. We want young people. But the wisdom, the experience, I may not be wise, but I have had experience and also I've learned, I've really navigated life. So, but the only way I can impact knowledge to the young people and to inspire young women is to ensure that I'm accessible. I can share the little experience I have, I can inspire them, and this is why wherever I go, I leave my communication channel out. Just little advice to a young person can move her story from being a village girl to a vice president or a president.
Right.
Never give up. Keep on going, and that's it.
Fantastic. Any of you want to jump in next? Yes.
I don't know how to articulate myself on this issue, but I'm growing a discomfort with the maternalization of power. There was a comment about President Kagame and Prime Minister Haile Mariam have started the African School of Governance, and take a mental note of the titles. And what are our mothers doing? And my discomfort with that is I come from a country where we have our first female president. And I watch closely, when she gets saluted as a commander-in-chief, that salute is the same. When she has to use the levers of power to campaign, to hire, to fire, to allocate resources, there's no male or female form of power. Power is power. There were even comments being made, which are correct because we see it, of how young people get into political systems and start acting very much like what they criticized. Why is that? Because power is power and it corrupts the same way. So what we really need to internalize is an understanding of how we wield power, regardless of gender, regardless of age. And that's coming from a value system that, again, has no gender. I just wanted to make that statement. I wish I could couch it in better English, but I hope you get the point that I'm making. That we must be careful of the mamification and maternalization of power. But to answer your question, what are our mothers doing? I've got 2 kids. You guys are my kids. But you say it because from an African concept, an older woman is your mother.
Right.
And we take ownership of all the children, male and female. And I use the example, before I became First Lady, I was a founding shareholder and the first managing director of the first private equity fund in the country. And there would be men saying, yes, you should mentor more young Namibians. I'd say, you need my mentorship as well. Because the skill I have is very unique. And men and women can learn from that. And I would want to encourage young men, please find female mentors. Political, economic, doesn't matter. Find female mentors as well. So that we wield power in a way that respects its corrosiveness, but also the opportunity that it presents. But there are specific issues that women face in politics and in the corridors of power that are different to what men face. And as women who've been through some of those things, we have an obligation to mentor younger women so that they don't get demoralized. And for that, I must take off my hat to President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I'm the chairperson of her foundation. And she runs a powerful program called the Amuje Fellowship for young women who want to become politicians, particularly presidents, ambitious women. And I'm proud to chair that foundation. I'm proud to chair Leadership Lab, which is not only for women, it's also for young men. Because again, I feel we have a lot to teach both. Because who are we training young women to be strong for if we're not training men at the same time to understand the power of these women? So if I look at the work that I do, it's very much focused on young people, male and female. Because the world we want to create for the future generations must be a world that can absorb and understand and protect confident women and confident men at the same time.
Thank you so much, Karen.
Thank you. I can also come in on that question by Dennis from South Sudan. You asked the mothers, what are you going to do for the girls? Now, this is a really interesting question because I have listened to the clamor that young men have been left out. Have you heard that? Is it true?
No.
Okay, interesting. So I will turn around in response to that question and say, and this is to young men and women. And it could be that the advice is, what are we doing for young people? Because as she said, whether male, female, leadership is leadership, power is power. And so my question to you is, what are you doing for yourself? What are you doing for yourself? I have discovered for me in my own life that one of the most powerful decisions I ever took was to take personal responsibility for my own life.
Right.
I remember situations, thank you. I remember situations and circumstances growing up in poverty. I could complain left, right, and center. We are in countries where some things are working, some things are not working. We can complain. Come morning, come shine, we can complain. But what makes the difference is, are you taking personal responsibility for your life? I chose to take responsibility for my life and I said, things have to be different. I have to take personal agency, personal action to change my story and change my situation. So the question for you is, what are you doing for yourself to then be able to do for other people? And as I conclude on this, President Kagame in his remarks talked about purpose. And as we discuss about political participation, leadership, meta-Africanism, and making change, I would really like to implore all of us, but especially the younger people in the audience, would you take time to just soul search and find what your purpose is? That is more lasting, because that time and that day when we get to breathe our last, what counts is not the titles we held, it's the legacy we leave behind, it's the lives we touch. So please find that purpose, take action, and I hope you get to have discipline to be able to achieve those things. And finally,
real quick, Karen.
There was another question by Wisdom about discouragement to join politics. Actually, politics is life. Politics is in the family, politics is in the mosque, in churches, in places of worship, in the markets, in schools. Politics defines and affects the quality of life we live. Whether we go to school, whether we access internet, the quality of life we live, whether we have the ability to dream and have hope and pursue those dreams and achieve them or not, that is political, because the political leaders shape the policies that define how we live lives. So please get involved. If you can negotiate with your parents and say no, please say no, even if respectfully, say no and listen to your heart. Pursue your dream. Let no one stop you and tell you that politics is for other people. Politics is for you and me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Lennon, yes.
Thank you so much. Larry, you saw by the vibrancy of the audience that young people have so much to say, and I hope tomorrow there'll be more spaces for them to speak and give their solutions. At President Becky, at your brainchild, the African Peer Review Mechanism, we have two projects that we are undertaking. The first one is the review of the African Youth Charter, which since 2006 has now reached its 20th anniversary. So we are working with young people across African countries to review this youth charter to make sure that it's future-proof, to make sure that action on it is actually put in member states. The second thing that we're doing is that we are producing the Africa Governance Report, which will be tabled next year to heads of states. And with all these initiatives, I want to encourage all young people here to unite and come to the APRM, especially in your member states, to give solutions and stop agonizing. We're in charge. We are the majority. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Lennon. And finally, Wamkele, you have something to wrap it up?
Well, thank you very much. Let me just say that I very much appreciated the quality of discussion and, of course, the robustness of the discussion. I'll just make 2 points. On Pan-Africanism, the anchor of our freedom today is Pan-Africanism. I grew up under apartheid. You know, in Nigeria, during apartheid, civil servants used to contribute this theme today. We have immense challenges on our continent, but our challenges are actually our opportunities. My dear brother next to me mentioned the issue of visas. Over 90% of Africans require a visa to visit another African country. Over 90% of Europeans do not require a visa to visit African countries. So movement of persons is absolutely critical. Even with the current challenges that are happening in some parts of the continent, in fact, the challenges in relation to Africans in some parts of our continent underscore the point for us to accelerate integration and movement of persons, and not for us to shift the blame of domestic problems on Africans in our country. The last point I would make, the question that my sister asked Madam Naidu, the visa payments.
Right.
The AfCFTA is about a fundamental dismantling of the neo-colonial economic model of Africa, including trading in a foreign currency. What has the dollar got to do with two African countries trading? That's why, working with Afreximbank, we introduced the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System to enable payments in local currency, so that we dismantle this colonial economic model. So we've got to be very deliberate in the tools that we introduce to dismantle the economic model, to build an integrated, single African integrated market, so that all of us are able to prosper in country and amongst countries. And so I am very encouraged by the discussion today and what I've heard from young people. And by the way, the secretariat that I have the honor to lead, the average age is 35 years old.
Oh, wow.
And 55% women, from junior to the most senior. So we are very, very conscious of the role that young people can play and can contribute in Africa's economic transformation. So I'm saying that the site of the struggle has transformed. It is no longer necessarily a struggle about political freedoms. It is now asserting the economic sovereignty of our continent.
Right.
And that requires a different set of type of leadership with different kind of vision to tackle the challenges of digital economy and inclusion, agriculture and inclusion, industrial development of our continent. These are the new challenges that are also opportunities. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for contributing to this panel. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you for your thoughts as well. And I'm going to give you back to Julie now.
Thank you very, very much, Larry and the panel. Let's just give them another round of applause, please. And let me waste no time in welcoming our next panel to come up, and we will come to the floor to hear more from you. So that is on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, Klaba Kadete, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission on Africa, UNECA. A round of applause, please, as he comes up. Her Excellency Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Rose Carter, and I might have pronounced that wrong, I'm so sorry, the CEO of the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, APRM. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. Alan Kagina, former Commissioner General of the Uganda Revenue Authority and the Uganda National Roads Authority, please come up. Yvonne Makolo, CEO, Rwanda Air, please come up. Thank you. Guguletu Siso, Youth Engagement Officer, African Youth Business Council, please join us. No, please take the seat. And finally, Rotimi Olawale, Executive Director of Youth Hub Africa. Thank you. Let's give this panel a round of applause. So, our time is tight. I thank you for your patience and for your presence. You know, I was so inspired by the young people's voices, and the one thing I take away from me was the young people are saying, we are in it. Yeah. Actually, we are in it. We are converts. We are there. You guys need to tell us where you are and what you're doing. So let's take a look at moving from this vision and ambition to execution, to action, to the change we want to see. Klava Gatete, let me start with you. UNECA and the role it's playing. What are you seeing? What is going to be most transformative? And what do we all need to do to make that move? We're talking about integration, economic systems that are thriving, free movement. What's most important in terms of action now? Please.
Well, that's a big one. One thing that is missing in all this is implementation.
Just a bit closer.
That's
so
one thing that is missing. Because you have the African Union Commission. We have the Vision 2063. We have the 10-year implementation plan. We have the 7 moonshots. We have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We have SATAM, the Yamoussoukro decision that is implementing the Yamoussoukro decision. We have all the institutions. There's no more institution that we can create. What is important is the political will to execute. And it's not the political will of the heads of state only, but it's also the political will of the people below them. Just the ministers, the director generals, all the way to the local leaders. And I think this is what is missing. That's why I wanted just to thank and tell my colleague Francis, we are together in the trenches together here in government. You've succeeded really by bringing all of us here in this. And we thank our president and the former prime minister of Ethiopia for really championing the Africa School of Governance. This is a game changer for everything that we do. I have been in government and I think I've learned a lot. It was another school of governance for us. But you don't know how to tell everybody else how it works. And I think the School of Governance is going to bring all the good things on the African continent, what works, and how it can help implement. And I think that's the only thing that is missing.
That's fantastic. Francis, I think you have a visiting lecturer also here, if I hear what you're saying and the importance of that. Let me come to private sector. Allow me now maybe just to go to Yvonne, to you, because you are implementing. You are, if there's a battlefield, you are on it. And we've seen Rwanda Air grow phenomenally over the years. What has worked in terms of moving people along? And what is most needed now? We've been having the conversation around open skies. Yeah. What is most needed now?
Thank you, Julie. I think to start with what has worked for Rwanda Air, I'd put it in the context of Rwanda first. We're very fortunate to have a government that understands the importance of aviation. which is not always the case in all the African countries. In that framework, the government has put in place all these policies, all these initiatives that make it much easier than most other African countries, whether it's the visa policy, which allows us to transit a lot of people through Kigali, whether it's removal of taxes on jet fuel, which is not the same in other areas. So that's great. And putting infrastructure in place. We're building a new airport, which is coming up soon, and investing in the airline, additional aircraft. So that has worked very well for us. But it's still a big challenge. Operating within the African continent as an airline is a huge, huge challenge. And that's always the first question anybody asks me when they find out I work at Rwanda is, why are your tickets so expensive? That's standard, everybody. So that's where we start to see all the barriers that make connecting the continent so difficult. Whether it's the fuel prices, which are 20 to 40% higher than in other areas in the world, the high airport taxes, all the charges that are lumped on before we even put our base fare. So before you even put the Rwanda fare,
happen. So I think this, yes, please, Clara. Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted to say what my sister has just said. Really, there is an essence of time. Because the Yamoussoukro Agreement, what they call the declaration, was in 1988. And then 10 years later, 1999, that's when the Yamoussoukro decision was taken. And then after almost 20 years, in 2018, that's when SATAM was born. Okay, you can see how much time we've lost. And now we are talking about 38 countries which have committed. And we are still signing the bilateral air service agreement. We are still putting taxes in place, the fees, the charges, and we are all happy paying a higher price when you're all traveling. Even a country that does not have an airline is still making it very expensive. And others are following suit. And we are all paying the price for that. And that's why we are saying if we don't do it quickly, because this is the only way you can move goods and services across the continent. Right. If we don't just invest on 3.5 runway, rather than the road from one country to another, this will be the cheapest way of moving goods and services by just air cargo transportation. And if a decision can be taken quickly, I think this is what will make a big difference.
Let's go to that question of tax, and to the former Commissioner Alan, let us understand, how do we move? I mean, Kenya has the story of its own going to the streets because of our feelings about tax. It can be very difficult to move people when it comes to taxes, because I know you have your targets. There's a lot going on. What advice do you give us on how we shift the needle?
Can I just preface my response with a proverb I've just found on the internet, a Ghanaian proverb that says, go back in the past and find what was of value, what was valuable, and build on that. This conference is all about meta-Africanism, looking forward, modernizing, providing solutions now. But our anchor, the anchor of all the young people here, cannot be on the present day experience. We go back beyond Pan-Africanism to pre-colonial Africa. What was it that indigenous people were doing in tax for us to build on for the future. Why is tax resisted? Pre-colonial Africa collected taxes. They were called contributions because the village chief told the population, we are going to build a road to our fishing site. They saw benefit. They knew that when they have a road to the landing site, they could fish, bring their fish to their local markets, make some money, whatever currency they used, and do the things they want to do. So people would then make that contribution because it made sense. Then colonialism came, and that contribution became enforced, not for the benefit of the African people or the indigenous people they found, but for the benefit of the structures of the colonialists. So it no longer benefited us, it benefited those who came to rule over us. And so it built resistance, it built hardness. And the African people had to be forced to pay tax. That's why tax has the character of extraction rather than contribution. In the liberation movement, the liberation cannot only have been about political liberation or the unity that our fathers and your grandfathers fought for cannot only be political liberation, it's got to be liberation of ideas, but ideas anchored in what worked and taking it forward in the future. So how do we demystify, destigmatize, I think that's the correct word, tax? Tax in modern day Africa must be seen to benefit the people. If you cannot have a line of sight between the shillings or the francs that you pay and the benefit to you, the young people, it's always going to be extraction. And so policy must be designed to show that I pay this, I get that. That will be a contribution, that will not be a tax. In my own experience, what we did in the Revenue Authority in the 10 years that I was there, the focus was building the relationship between the authority and the citizens. Without a relationship, which is what the colonialists did, they killed the relationship. Without the relationship, nobody wants to pay tax. Revenue authorities all across Africa are institutions you don't want to relate with. And as a result, we end up with tax collectors who must meet the target that they don't understand what it does, because priorities are elsewhere.
Wow, can we please give that a round of applause? It's eye-opening. And to make it even more complex, we're taking tax advice. Who are we taking tax advice from? For our countries? People who don't understand Mama Mboga. Mama Mboga is the woman who sells vegetables in the market. They don't understand her. They don't understand she provides credit to her community. They don't understand what an asset she is. They're the ones who advise us on how our systems work. And so, thank you so much for that eye-opening contribution. Let me come to, I think, Rotimi, let me start with you now and where you sit at Youth Hub Africa. When we talk about a change, clearly young Africans believe in this. They are traveling when they can, where they can. What do you think would help unlock? Is there some kind of campaign and movement? Would it be young people telling their governments, hey, this is what we want? What must happen from your view? What power do you hold?
Thank you very much. I think that we need to realize that on the African continent, policy and practice are two parallels that is not meeting. And we've had examples in the room where we talk about the informal economy. And we need to understand that the informal economy is not only rural, it's urban young people. So I have examples of people who want to buy Nigerian fabrics. And they say to me, Rotimi, I want to buy the kind of attire you're wearing. How do I get it? What do? I connect them to a tailor. They do virtual consultations on video. When the attire is ready, we say on WhatsApp status, who is traveling to Nairobi? I have a dress to send. somebody says, no, I'm not going to Nairobi, I'm going to Mombasa, don't worry, take it. We would find another person to move it from Mombasa to Nairobi. And that's the informal economy that young people in Africa are already building. And so we have to develop the policy to match them. And I think our African leaders are not listening enough to young people. Young people are already connecting. Despite the barriers and the challenges, young people in Africa are already connecting. If you look in the room today, we have a cohort of influencers and content creators. They have in the last 5 years brought about a renewal of young people wanting to travel within the African continent, because the creators have gone to where Africans were not seen on CNN and they are not seen on BBC, and they are showing to us how beautiful our continent is. And young people all over the continent, they say, oh, so South Africa is this beautiful. So Kenya has this beautiful side. So Zimbabwe has this beautiful fall. We want to be there. We then now need to sit down as African policymakers and say, how do we help our young people on the continent to oxidize this, put resources in their hands, enough of talks. Let's put capital in the hands of young people. We're not talking about tokenistic capital. We're talking about capital that will enable them to connect and create wealth for themselves and their colleagues.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Gugulethu, let me come to you next. And same question to you. What are you seeing? What are you experiencing? What needs to happen today?
Thanks so much, and please call me Gugu. I think all of you guys saw on the screen, I do not look like Bridget, as lovely as she is. So let me actually maybe come back to actually just what we're actually going through right now. So as Rotimi pointed out, that many of us are already moving goods across the borders as informally and as illegally as it might be, right? It's not because we don't want to. It's just the practicalities of everything. I think Yvonne was sitting here pointing out the cost of actually, running an airline. And I was listening to her and I was like, hey, it seems like running Rwanda Air is something that I could do, because the things that Rwanda Air is facing are the things that our membership at the African Youth Business Council are already facing. The taxes, if you're running a logistics business, before you move from point A to B, you already have to start thinking about the licensing, third-party insurance, fuel, everything before you've even switched on the engine, right? And let's be honest, in terms of the cost of airline travel, this is not something that should be exclusive, guys. A plane is a bus in the air, right? I think the dream, the dream is for us to be able to do something like Ryanair, $20 for you to move from point A to B within, 500 kilometers. But there's the other element that I think His Excellency Wamgele was mentioning earlier on, to say, there needs to be an element of actually being able to take bite-sized pieces of regulation to actually have them reflect to youth-led businesses or the businesses that are being run by the people in this room, right? So if there's someone who is running, I think Rotimi indicated, someone who is running a business that is only moving 1,000 volumes of merchandise a year, there is no way that you can expect me to pay the same level of taxes or prescribe to the same level of regularities as someone who is moving 1 million units. There is no way, which is how we end up running very, very nationalistic businesses, right? Because I look at the cost, it does not make sense for me to move across the border. And then last but not least, even if I were to, let's say, go through all of these hurdles and start actually trading goods across the borders, how exactly am I going to accept that money? For someone who's moving those goods to Mombasa, sure, they're now in Mombasa, but how am I getting paid for it? Either you have to get someone to receive it for you as cash, or you have to look for better than cash alternatives. Shout out to the Better Than Cash Alliance out there who are pushing for the alternatives, which I think it's in the name, anything that is better than cash. Currently, right now, we're going through third parties where you have to send money to the US for it to then come back into Africa. I think there are many of us in the room right now that are exploring things such as PayPal, because it's cheaper for me to use PayPal than for me to use bank to bank within Africa. So the second we can actually start making it cheaper for me to accept money, I think I'll be able to figure it out how to actually get the goods to that particular economy.
Thank you. Let's recognize the informal, the young people, the informal economy that's making the Africa Continental Free Trade Area happen in spite of our laws, in spite of, because we're not doing the right things at policy level. Ambassador, let me come to you, and I've come to you last because of the importance of APRM. Post-election Kenya, We were fragmented as a country. We were in a terrible place. And APRM was able to come, and because of who you are, could give us a review that we could listen to, pay attention to, and try to improve, How can APRM, or how is APRM trying to make a difference in a space like this? What are you doing? And if there's help you need, or you need to do more, what would that be?
Thank you. Thank you very much, my sister. I think APRM, we are the diagnostic center of the African Union. We diagnose challenges. So we're sitting on a lot of reports across member states. And in this sense, we have a very realistic and sober understanding of where we are. We're talking about Pan-Africanism, which speaks to our past, and Meta-Africanism, which speaks to our aspirations. But at the APRM, we're sitting on a lot of information that speaks to where we are right now. And I think we really need to understand where we are for us to understand where we want to go. And let me quickly share with you some statistics that we all know. I just pulled these statistics from the internet, and where we are today, we are sitting, for example, at 40% coverage in terms of water and sanitation. 40% access to water and sanitation. And why is this important for Meta-Africanism, for us to move forward? Because as we speak also, we have around 280 data centers being built across the continent. And we know that these data centers will be competing on the critical resource of water to power and to cool down these data centers. So this is a challenge. We followed, for example, a story that broke the internet a few weeks ago of an AI model that escaped its sandbox and found its way to the internet. And we've been asking ourselves at the APRM, how does that relate to us? 90 million jobs will be taken by this AI model in 3 years. 90 million jobs. And we've been talking about the demographic dividend. We're sitting on a population bulge on the continent. So Africa stands to be affected by artificial intelligence if we don't address this issue. So for us at the APRM and for the continent as a whole, we need to revisit the fundamentals, and we need to get the fundamentals right. If we want to have a system like a Schengen system, like they have in the Eurozone, it is a fantastic aspiration, but we need to begin by a simple, the simple system of capturing every birth that we have on the continent, as basic, as fundamental as this. And this is why European countries trust each other, because they have a system that works. We don't, because some countries haven't even managed to capture births in their countries. So how can we start talking about movement of persons when we cannot even capture births in our member states? That is one. Second, we're talking about education, and my dear sister from that side, she's talking about the kind of curriculum that we need to have, as basic as something as basic as education. And we are sitting at 61% of young Africans, 61% of young Africans have access to primary education, 61%. So 40% of a young African child are not going to school. They are not going to school. And yet we are talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about a population that should be ready for the next 5 to 10 years. And we are not ready. We are missing the fundamentals.
So what do we do?
We need to fix some fundamentals. We need to invest in education and make sure that we have universal access to education. I think this is what President Thabo Mbeki has been talking about since this morning. He talked about development. We need to invest in education. We need to invest in healthcare. We need to invest in something as basic as waste collection. We need to have our cities clean like we have in Kigali. So we need to really invest in these fundamentals before we even begin to address the bigger aspirations that we have. Without these fundamentals, we will not be able to take off.
And maybe my question then is, what is that role APRM has as this diagnostic body that comes in and shows us the mirror and says, this is where we need to do work? How do we make sure it is aligned with the Africa School of Governance? It's aligned with the AFC. Are we doing enough of that with UNECA? And how do we plow forward with some kind of convergence and collaboration that really pushes the needle? Let me come to the floor. So two things. If we have Mentimeter working, can we just get it on the screen so we can read some of the views that are coming in from outside of this room, around Africa, and maybe even beyond? And then let's take some comments. So I would ask, don't give us questions. Tell us, because of the collective responsibility and personal accountability that we're saying Meta Africa comes with, what are you going to change to drive the transformation we seek? Let's see hands. There's a hand went up immediately. Where are the mics? Gentleman here in the black suit, thank you. There's several hands on that end. Can one mic head in that direction, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gatolaban. I am a master's student at Makerere University, Kampala. This question goes...
No question. You didn't listen to instructions.
What I'm going to do is to advocate, mostly for the young people, to make sure that we champion the African passport that allows free movement of people across the continent to have access to market and all their goods.
Thank you. How many others can join him online, in your spaces, in championing for that free movement? Let's see hands up, please. Okay, very few people. You're tired, and let's see hands up if you can commit that you will use your voice to champion. Thank you so much. Over there, there's a lady, several ladies. Where's the mic? Please go further back. Go further back. There are several hands. Yes, right there. There's a lady in the white shirt, black jacket. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Chisom Ajuluchukwu, and I'm a storyteller from Nigeria. So listening to all the conversations in the room today, what I would take away from here is, because one thing we heard a lot today is that young people are asking to be invited to the table where these decisions that affect us are being made. For instance, over the next 30 years, I will still not be 50. So those decisions, they really matter to me. So what will I do? The first thing is I'm going to make sure that I understand the landscape of what I'm trying to change, right? Because when you are invited to the table as a young person, you need to be able to have very practical solutions to bring to the table that makes it very, very important that you are there. And then I think something else would be that, is there a world where young Africans are invited to sit at important policy discussions? So for instance, if I'm in a room where it's being discussed about open visas, and I hear something that doesn't resonate with the reality of a young person, I will immediately put up my hand and say, this is not going to work. So when more young people are in these rooms, it is going to make it easier for us to have a say in the decisions that matter to us. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you, and I think we can carry that message forward for sure. Let me come to this side of the room. Where is the mic? Yes, there's a lady up there in red. Her hand is right up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christine. Please allow me to read from my phone because I had noted it down.
It's not a speech, though. It's very tight,
It's not a speech. I work with 14 to 18-year-olds as well as emerging professionals to build agency. And from the morning, I've been thinking about the vision and ambition and institutions and their execution, and how, in as much as we've seen so many protests across the continent, and in the spirit of going back to what is fundamental to us, I'm thinking about the change I'm going to create as Julie has requested us. It's in teaching Africans to exercise their agency, confidence, but maybe we also need to talk about whether or not we need to be strategic about exercising that confidence and agency. because institutions themselves, and we've seen leaders encourage us to be vocal about the issues that we face, yet when we are vocal about them, we encounter hurdles with the same people. We can say all the right things, but when we see younger people in the streets, they end up being killed. So should we practice strategic confidence so that you know what to say and when to say it? And what does that mean for us? Because is that even confidence? Is that even speaking truth to power? I think that is something that we can all think about, because in as much as we're saying the right things, implementation is a whole other conversation. Thank you.
Wow, what a wise intervention and reflection. I'll take one more comment, and then we'll go to some of the ones coming in on Mentimeter. Yes, I see where you are. The gentleman there. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Agro Kampera. I'm a guild president at Uganda Management Institute, Uganda, Kampala. I think my take home from this conversation is to make sure that as young leaders, we can step up and we can create our own initiatives, and we can task our leaders to ensure that we identify whether truly Africa we are sovereign, because a lot of things have been discussed, but still the elephant in the room has not been addressed. So we need to go on the forefront, engage with our leaders, and examine exactly what is the problem with Africa, and we start from there and we step forward and we work it out.
Okay, wait. Before you applaud. You know, I find it interesting when people say the elephant in the room has not been discussed.
Which is?
Now, let me make it very clear. Each of us has an elephant, by the way. And my elephant may be very different from your elephant. Or, you know what I mean? You are the one who puts your elephant on the table. So, put your elephant on the table for us.
Thank you so much. To give a small insight of the elephant, the executive director of Rwanda is here. You would ask the question why traveling from Uganda to Rwanda is $500. Why traveling from Uganda to Dubai is $550. That is the biggest elephant that we need to deal with. There are deeper issues that are underlying there. Because why would I fly for only 45 minutes to Rwanda and I'm paying $500, and I'm flying 5 hours and 45 minutes to Dubai and I'm paying a lesser payment? So there is an elephant, there is a bigger element that we need to tackle and address.
Thank you. So, thank you for giving young people strategy. And let me tell you, strategy is so important. Don't wait for someone else to say what you need to say. When you get the mic, you say what you give your elephant, you put your elephant or your point or your ask forward always, because you don't know if you'll get a second chance. Now, with that elephant, let me come back to the panel. Actually, this whole panel is that elephant. It's the fact that we pay far too much, and a lot of that is loaded taxes and costs that maybe we could extract from the price of a ticket. You know, it's the fact that we have to travel to the Middle East or to Europe to fly back to some countries in Africa because that makes more sense. It is, you know, so as we wrap up, I'm going to come to each of you. The elephant has been put there. We know what it is. We've been trying to confront it for a long time. As you finalize, in less than 30 seconds, if you had a wish that would be granted to you regarding this elephant, one thing that could be done, and who needs to do it, name them. Name them. And let's put this as a list of actionable items that following this conference, we must follow up on. Rotimi, let me start with you at the end.
All right.
What's your wish and who needs to do it?
I think my wish and the way that I will frame it is directed at all of the young people that are in the room today. And I say to us, and including myself, that we should not wait for anybody to hand over a table to us. We should build and create our own tables. There are many of us that have come from all over the continent to Kigali today. We must connect with ourselves, because I know that future presidents and ministers are in this room today. And we should not wait, because our leaders, President Mbeki and President Kagame, told us they met on exile. They networked in exile. They did not network when they became president. And so The future presidents who are in the room today, we must learn to network today. So as we finish this conference, and during the course of this conference, during lunch and tea break, we must get to know ourselves, because that's where our power would come from.
And that's what builds leadership. It's doing it in the challenge, in the midst of the challenge. It's coming. Gugu, let me come to you. Same question.
Thanks, Julie. So I think I'll echo what Rotimi said, but putting it in the terms of doing things collectively. We cannot shout individually. No one is going to take us seriously if, it's you gentlemen over there, having the discussion over what the cost of travel, or having the discussion of there's a particular policy that is troubling me across the continent that's hindering how I'm able to conduct business, or there's something that's troubling me with how I'm able to accept payments. So I would say our solution is to come together as a collective. There's a reason why economies of scale make sense. So for all of you here today, I would urge you, join the African Youth Business Council to allow us to shout and provide solutions as a collective. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Yvonne, over to you.
I think I'll just follow up on the elephant that he mentioned. For me, it's that change in mindset across all levels for people to realize that aviation is not a luxury. It's essential for this continent, for our people to travel from one point to another. There's no reason why anybody should take a bus from Nairobi to Kigali for 20 hours when they can take a flight for an hour and a half. So we need to understand that so that we remove all these barriers and get those fares down as soon as possible.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much. Perhaps my wish, because I'm in the space of governance and democracy, is to have leadership. And when I say leadership, I mean all of us, not just political leadership, that truly care about citizens. We need leaders who understand that they are in the service of others. And make the change that needs to happen. And we need leaders who are doers. So this is perhaps my wish.
Thank you. Thank you. For that. Tava, got it.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's very unfortunate that we don't have time and we are being rushed. We would have learned more from the young people, but also give more experience that can explain exactly the topic for today. Let me give you one example. In 2015, I was the Minister of Finance. And we had a problem because the goods that were coming from Mombasa Kampala, they were taking 18 days. And to Kigali, they were taking 21 days. And to Burundi, it was 22 days. Now, we're trying to figure out what is the cause of that and how to solve it. And our president, President Kagame, put people on the track, gave them money. He said, go to Uganda, go to Kenya, go to Mombasa, and come back and give me a report. They gave him a report. And then he asked for a Northern Corridor meeting. We went to Safari Park Hotel in Kenya, and heads of state of Uganda, of Kenya, Uhuru, was there, South Sudan was there, not the head of state, but also Ethiopia and other neighboring countries, including Tanzania. Now, he presented the report. He said, this is how much it took at the border between Rwanda and Uganda. These are how many way bridges that they have in the country. So many, because you have to pay, they have to weigh and also pay some money. These are how many roadblocks there is in Uganda. And then he went to Kenya and said the same things. They were all shocked. I remember the president of Kenya looking at his minister of interior, he said, do you have any roadblocks? And he said, yes, Mr. President. I was in a meeting. And then they took decisions that changed almost everything. Number one, they said, no roadblocks, all the way. Because there is nothing, there is no insecurity. Number two, they said, no way bridges except at the entry and at the exit. They also took a decision because you're using insurance in Kenya, in Uganda, in Rwanda, and in every country. They said, since you all belong to COMESA, use one insurance for COMESA. That's saved. And they said for the truck, let's not stop them. Let's use the cargo tracking system so that they can be monitored along the way. And then they said, okay, how about clearing the goods? They say, okay, we can allow the people to go to Mombasa, and Kenya allowed them to, granted them the working permission to work in Mombasa. There was an issue of now this time roaming charges because they have to coordinate across the continent. And then they said, okay, for that one, we are removing the roaming charges. They also allowed that it is not only the people who are trading, but everybody, including cross-border, they should now use their ID. So now they took a decision after 1 week, taking the decision. The phones were almost ringing in the whole region non-stop. Initially, the telecom people were angry, but later on they came to thank the heads of state. The travel time from Mombasa to Kampala, instead of, it was taking now this time 3 days, 4 days to Rwanda from 21 days. 4 days from 21 days. And we saw the turnaround, and you could see the implication in the economic development immediately for trade. And this is just a decision taken that's from one head of state, agreeing with other head of state, and that's why the political will is so important. That's why execution is so important. I could say so many things on the air transport. I could say so many things on the credit rating, where since independence up to now, we only have 3 investment-grade countries, and that is Morocco, that is Mauritius, and that is Botswana. And we still have 19 countries that have never been rated. We still have others who are below the notch, but at the same time, instead of focusing on that, you know, when you have the IMF team coming to town, everybody knows, because once they clear you, you'll get the money. But when the rating agency is in town, nobody knows. It's only the Ministry of Finance and the central bank governors that understand that. And yet, they are the ones who are going to give you a rating that is going to convince the investors whether they invest or not, and whether the cost of money is going to be low or is going to be high. And we don't even pay attention to that because of what we're used to. So there has to be a change of how we look at these things, that actually this money is not your money. What you need is domestic resource mobilization. What you need is to make sure that you build your taxation system in such a way, as mentioned by my sister Kajina, that it benefits the people, because right now we're at 16% of tax to GDP ratio. We are the lowest anywhere. In the European Union, they are 34% of tax to GDP ratio. At the minimum, we are supposed to be at 20%, but we are not there, still low, because we are being deceived that you are getting free money in terms of aid. That aid is declined, as mentioned, the concession resources have declined. Now there's no other money, and you are highly indebted. And when you're highly indebted, there's no room to spend, there's no room to get money. And these are the issues where we can say, let's have a proper discussion on really how to make sure that we can address some of the issues that we are facing as Africa. You heard about the president of the African Development Bank in terms of our African global financial architecture, which can work.
Questions that came from the young people and looking at the fervor with which you spoke and all the many hands that were not even picked. I think the young people are not in the waiting room waiting to be invited. I think you're pushing at these doors of decision-making offices, of bodies that affect your future. And I think those of my generation, those of us who are in leadership, that we cannot continue to make decisions without them, that we cannot continue to make decisions for.
Thank you. A very warm round of applause for our panel, please. You may take your seats. Before our final remarks, what's the one thing that stood out to you today? A question that had been posed on Mentimeter. Change starts with us is one of the responses. Change begins with me. I am Africa. I love that. That's really amazing. One Africa passport, says someone else. Another one says the next step in our mindset journey is to move from the vision of the Africa we want to the commitment of the Africa we work for. Somebody else says, seeing Africans championing for solutions to address their problems. Young people are already on board, and all we need is an opportunity. Let's give you all a round of applause, please, for an incredible day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome closing reflections. They will be short and sharp. The first is from a man who I worked with for a while at the Nation Media Group in Nairobi. And he may not know this, but I loved the moments that I could walk to his desk. I worked in the TV area, he worked in print, and I would always go and sit down. And talking to him about Africa was part of what fed my vision around Media of Africa and engaging on African issues. Charles Onyango Obo. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up. Please come up here and share your candid reflections, if we can take them, your candid reflections. As you do that, let me welcome Kautar Mudar, Head of Partnerships at the Pan-African Youth Union, to come and take a seat, and we shall listen to Charles. Over to you. Charles?
Thank you. To be honest, when Ivan spoke to me, I was really shocked because I told him I totally disagreed with the premise of this conference. So he told me, that's good, come and preach your heresy. So that's why I'm here. And in journalism, we have this saying that you must check out everything. And if your mother tells you she loves you, you must cross-check it. So, Francis and company, I'm going to do what I would have done if my mother had told me she loves me. I think that one of the most fundamental points I think were made by President Mbeki, because I could see he's drawing from the radical ANC tradition, but he was also being very polite. But I think really one of the things that I haven't seen is that I haven't seen a lot of dissent. And one of the things I hope I would see dissent about is this thing, mind change, and how it happens. if you look at the data and historically, public behavior changes only or most times after the environment has changed. So there's a sequencing issue. There are actually very few things in the world which happen because there has been a mind change. Mind change is a very difficult thing. It is woolly, it's difficult to measure. So if we don't put Francis to task, we don't help him. So we have to help him to be able to measure. And I think that in terms of tomorrow, we need a little bit more specificity so that he has something that he can measure. The second thing with framing this question as we did is that it individualizes systemic and structural failure. And that's why you get into this question of Africans are poor because they're lazy, because that's where this road leads. That if you were more disciplined, you would not have traffic jams. So we need to interrogate the question. The idea is there, but I think that we need to think a little bit about how it is framed. And of course, like we said, it inverts cause and effect. Let me give you 2 examples. For a long time in the entrepreneurship rankings in Africa, Rwanda did not show up. After 2008, Rwanda started showing up. You would ask yourself, did the Rwandese become more entrepreneurial all of a sudden? What changed was the structure of incentives. The government put together 8 regulatory agencies. It changed laws. It even removed laws requiring lawyers to write the articles of association. So it became easy. They took everything online. It used to cost $450 to register a business. It was a mandatory fee. They removed it. The effect of that was a dramatic rise in the registration of companies. So if you looked at the data, if you took a superficial view, you'd think that Rwanda had become more entrepreneurial. But actually, they had always been. But the change in incentive and what people call removing friction is what made that jump possible. So, and this point has been made, and hopefully, one of the things I was asked to say, what should be the things that should be explored tomorrow? I think that one of the things that needs to be explored tomorrow is looking at the structure of incentives. One of the greatest acts of what you might call mindset change in Africa is something many people wouldn't think of. It is Christianity and colonialism. To this day, the conversion to Christianity and colonialism, and particularly the idea that the European civilization was superior to the African one, it would be what you'd call the greatest mind change mindset idea. But here is the thing. Very few people, hardly anyone became a Christian because they preached to them that to become Christians, that the white God was better. Data shows that now that the majority of people converted to Christianity for 2 reasons, and you know them. 1, it gave you access to education, and 2, it gave you access to health. So basically, Africans were bribed to become Christians and to work. So that illustrates that even as something as fundamental as that, it was the structure of incentives that changed. And if you look at colonial, a lot of students were talking about how history is taught and how we look at history. The most important thing in the colonial story was the discovery of quinine. Because quinine could finally cure malaria. And quinine is what discredited the African medicine man and entrenched the idea of the superiority of the Western way. It was a single thing. So if you look at the literature, quinine did more to entrench colonialism than guns. So we need to learn from how the colonialists do it. They didn't just preach. They bought it and they created an incentive system. So in many ways, that is the right way to go. So what does that leave us in terms of tomorrow? By the way, when Rwanda changed the law, it removed the registration of businesses from 16 to 20 hours to just 6 hours. I went to, there's a huge place here called Nosken. The last time I was there, I talked to a young Ugandan innovator who came in from Uganda. And he told me when he arrived, they took his paperwork and all of that and went away and brought him his business registration, his company registration, and his bank account in 4 hours. In other words, that really is the way you do it. It's not, and then the mind change follows, because in everything, if you look at all social things, contraception, HIV, AIDS, change, mindset change and social acceptance always lag behind. So, and Francis and Ivan, they have a job to do. They need something that walks them from general talking to something which is reducible into action. So that is an area where we can help them tomorrow. There were a couple of things that emerged. So the other thing was, where is the consensus in the room? I think that there is a broad view that leadership is the key. There are many aspects of it, ethical, vision. There was, I think, broad agreement on that. There was also this question, the need to recognize the urgency of the moment. There was broad agreement on that. And there was a lot of conversation and around transformation, and it is linked to behavioral economic transformation, and it is linked to behavioral transformation. There is a point which emerged, and I think that was raised by President Mbeki, is that really at the end of the day, the Africa we want, we cannot build it until we visualize it. You have to describe it somehow. And again, this is where the colonialists succeeded and the missionaries, and in general, the Christian church. Because the Christian church created the concept of heaven. And fewer ideas are as powerful. Huh? And to the average African man, rising to the sky and going to live with angels serenading him with music and wine or whatever happens in heaven, it's a very powerful idea. So we learn from that really the idea of the Africa we want. Tomorrow we need to take some time and describe that a little bit in ways that can be seen more clearly than has happened. And then Related to that is this idea of wonder, that tomorrow we should be able to leave the conference and everyone who came here with a sense of wonder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Next, we're going to hear from Saleheddin Bakor, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Pan-African Youth Union. You have the final word today. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, colleagues, fellow Africans, as we close this first day, I have been reflecting on one question. What does a mindset reset actually mean for our generation? Today, we have heard about African integration, sovereignty, leadership, institutions, execution, and the need to move from ambition to action. And listening to this conversation, one thing becomes clear. Africa does not like vision or challenge, is turning vision into reality. We already know much of the Africa we want. We want an integrated Africa, an Africa that trades with itself, an Africa where Africans can move, create, invest, and build across borders, an Africa with strong institutions, an Africa that speaks with confidence and determined its own path. But between the Africa we imagine and the Africa we experience every day, there is still a big gap. And closing that gap requires more than policies, it requires a mindset reset. From the perspective of the Pan-African Youth Union, I believe this reset must also change the way we think about Africa's young people. For many years, we have heard that young people are the future of Africa, but Africa cannot afford to keep its largest generation waiting for the future. Young Africans are not simply the future. We are part of the Africa present and Africa that we are living today. We are already building businesses, we are creating technology, we are leading communities, and we are shaping public policy. We are working across borders, and we are already participating in the transformation of the continent. But this also means that our generation has responsibilities, and a big one. It's easy for us to demand inclusion. It is harder to prepare ourselves for leadership. It's easy to criticize institutions. It's very hard to build better ones. It's easy to speak about Pan-Africanism. It's hard to practice it. And perhaps that is not the mindset shifts our generation must embrace. Pan-Africanism can not only be something we inherit, it must be something we implement. When a young entrepreneur in Kigali can easily work with other young entrepreneurs in Accra, Rabat, Nairobi, or Lagos, that is Pan-Africanism. When African talents can move across our continent and find opportunity, that is Pan-Africanism. When our institutions collaborate rather than operate in isolation, that is Pan-Africanism. And when generations sit together, not simply speak to another, but to build together, that is the Africa we should be working toward. So as we conclude today, perhaps the question is no longer only what kind of Africa do we want. We have spent decades answering that questions. perhaps the more important question now is, what are we prepared to do differently to build it for governments, institutions, private sector, civil society, and certainly for us as young Africans? Because the true measures of this Africa Mindset Reset Forum will not simply be the quality of the conversations we have had in this room, and it will be what happens after we leave it. The partnerships we build, the decisions we change, and the institutions we straighten, and the opportunities we create for Africans across this continent. If Pan-Africanism gave us the vision of a united Africa, perhaps Meta-Africanism must challenge us to make that unity work in practice, for vision to execution, for potential to opportunity, and for believing in Africa to building Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The speakers, you may take your seats at the front. We have come to the close of the day's session. I want to thank you all. Look at the room. So many of you still here. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the patience. Thank you for the participation. I want to finish with two African proverbs that are rooted in the Ubuntu philosophy. We heard it, we believe in it, but reminding ourselves that when the webs of a spider join, they can tie up a lion. You as young people are webs of a spider. If you work together, you can make all the difference. A boat doesn't go forward if one is rowing their own way. Maybe this is to all of us, but especially our leaders. If we're all pulling in different directions, how on earth do we achieve the Africa we are seeking? And so as we leave the room and as you enjoy dinner, I want you to ask yourself, how can I as a person be the eagle and not the chicken? How can I as a person be, was it the crocodile and not the lizard? What was the other one? How can I as a person be the lion and not the cat? I leave you with all of that, and let's meet tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a wonderful dinner, and thank you for a great day. Thank you.